Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Good morning and welcome to the June 22nd edition of the City Council meeting. We're glad to have you with us as you get to observe your government at work. We're going to begin this meeting like we begin all of our meetings, and that's by asking God's presence on these proceedings. And we're fortunate to have with us today Pastor Larry Biggers from Northside Worship Center. Pastor Biggers, are you here? Sir, if you'd come to the podium. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Many of you that I come to see today at the City Council, I recognize as special friends and fellow servants within our community, and it's an honor to be here. And I just want to share God's blessings upon all that we do today. And if you would, we'll just bow our heads and go to the Lord in prayer. Today we come in appreciation to the Honorable Mayor, the City Council, and we pray for God's grace to overshadow all that is done. We pray for our civil authority to have wisdom, our law enforcement to be emboldened, and our legal justice have knowledge of the dangerous criminals that prey upon our citizens. We pray for social improvements to be done in compassion, and we pray for all of this to be done in harmony for the good of the people, the abolishment of crime and protection of the innocent. We pray from the lack of employees to serve this great city within the neighborhoods. We pray for the random gunshots to stop and the senseless crime to end. We pray for petty theft to not be worth the risk. We pray for solutions for the mentally ill that's wandering through the streets. May our social programs work in unison with the good of all. Lord, help us. And may we realize we're above all. We're servants to one another and to God the Father. And we ask, Lord, that you overshadow all that is done today. We ask, Lord, for you to cover us with wisdom and understanding. And let us all work in harmony, in unison, that you would be glorified in our midst. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Pastor, thank you so much, and thanks to Northside for sharing you with us today. And I want to commend you. How many years have you been, you and I think it's Pastor Plummer?
This is we're working on our 25th year.
25th year of the Unity service. And for those of you that have not been able to make it in the past, I urge you, and I look forward to you kicking it back off this year now that things are returning to normal. And I urge everybody to try to attend. It's a great service. We thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. All right, if you would, please stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We do have a quorum, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes unless there are any changes. Motion from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor House. Any edits, changes, concerns? Hearing none, all in favor of the minutes being approved, say aye. Any opposed? All right, they are approved. All right, as we have been doing now for a little over a year, we've been trying to provide a little bit of an update on the impact of COVID in our community. And it has shifted a little bit from a significant standpoint to the vaccinations. Our numbers continue to be down, which is a very, very good thing. Our hospitalization rate has stayed. I think we have managed to stay around 20, which is outstanding. Now, our hospitals are full, but they are thankfully able to handle and serve people with non-COVID related medical issues. We have about 33% of our population that has received at least one dose, which is outstanding from where we were. Just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were at about 24%. So we continue to try to dispel rumors, and we continue to try to provide accurate information and encourage those who might be kind of on the fence to prayerfully consider taking that vaccine. We've seen new strains come into the country. I think I saw on the news this morning that there's about 20 cases of a new strain in Georgia that is a little bit more transmissible. And of course that heightens our concern. But we did not see a big spike. In fact, it was a very nominal increase after the Memorial Day weekend. We'll be monitoring very closely the 4th of July. And if we see no or very, very little surge, we will certainly consider relaxing even further some of the requirements that we have in place in our government buildings. We, again, as we often do, we thank the residents of this community that have been so vigilant and diligent in trying to make sure that they followed CDC recommendations in order to try to protect their neighbors. So thank all of you. You are the ones that helped us keep this. As one individual put it, it helped Columbus be a footnote and not a headline with regards to the pandemic. All right, we've got a couple of proclamations to issue this morning. The first one, Councilor Toya Tucker is going to present for Juneteenth Jubilee Day. Councilor, if you'd hit your button. And I think we've got Parks and Rec Director Holly Browder, Civic Center Director Rob Landers here, if they would come to the podium to accept.
And if Janice Granville is here from
Janice
Davis.
Glanville? Yes, from Davis Broadcasting.
Mm-hmm. If she's here, okay.
And anybody else who was connected actually with the event?
Yes, I'm not sure if Teresa and Sylvester are here this morning. Okay. Well, as they're coming up, I want to tell everyone that was involved in planning, thank you. Planning a festival, even though we were rained out, it takes a lot of work. I was able to see that firsthand by these magnificent planners that we have in the city. Okay, I know Rob said he is here. All right. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, the words of the Emancipation Proclamation and the surrender of Confederate General Robert E. Lee to Union General Ulysses S. Grant officially reached enslaved people of Galveston, Texas. Whereas once arriving in Galveston, Union General Gordon Granger delivered his General Order number 3, which read, "The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and free laborer. The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation freed only slaves in the rebellious states that had seceded from the Union and were liberated by the Union Army, and whereas the border states Delaware, Kentucky, Maryland, West Virginia, and Missouri were slave states that did not secede from the Union, therefore slavery was legal. And whereas on December 6, 1865, slavery in the United States of America was legally abolished with the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And whereas, as Black American Texans migrated, Juneteenth celebrations became popular throughout the United States of America. And whereas, on June 19, 2021, Councilor Toya Tucker, Parks and Recreations, and Davis Broadcasting will be holding an inaugural Juneteenth Jubilee event at Shirley B. Winston Park. And whereas Councilor Toya Tucker, in partnership with Parks and Recreation Director Holly Broder, Civic Center Director Rob Landers, and community leaders hope to make Juneteenth Jubilee in Columbus, Georgia, an annual event. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Skip Henderson of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth Jubilee Day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused this official seal of Columbus, Georgia to be fixed this 19th day of June 2021.
Janice, Holly, Rob, any of y'all have anything? Somebody? Hang on, if you'd hit that light,
the mic.
Nixon.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the mayor, thank you to the city council for recognizing such an important time, an important day in our history, and literally recognizing that we are all free and that we should celebrate our freedom and our unity in this city. And I just want to thank Toya Tucker for her leadership. She was determined that we were going to get this done. And unfortunately, the weather did not agree with us this year, but it will not hold us back. I am not concerned, not one bit. We will make sure that this event happens. If it doesn't happen this year, it will happen even greater on next year. But I am thankful for literally working together with organizations. That's what the city needs, for us to work together to make things come together and go well. So thank you for allowing us to be a part. Davis Broadcasting is really thankful to be in this community, and I look forward to us continuing to celebrate culture and unity and freedom in Columbus.
Holly?
Thank you. As Janice said, a huge thank you to Councilor Tucker for all her efforts to help make this be successful this year. And as Janice said, this is very important to us. And rain won't stop us from being able to be successful, whether, like she said, we're able to have it this year or we have to come back next year. We're really looking forward to making this a signature event each year for the City of Columbus, and all the things that we can bring to the table, the organizations, the partnerships, the unity of the City of Columbus. And so we are grateful as a department to be part of that, and really look forward to it. But a huge thank you to all of our partners, David Broadcasting, Karen Robinson, the staff, Sylvester Sullivan, Teresa Snellings from our department. Very excited that the efforts that were put forward, and really looking to next year. Thank you so much.
Rob?
And again, like my colleagues mentioned, just a huge shout out to Councilwoman Tucker in putting this together and bringing us together. And I think that's a part of it, is bringing us together as a community to celebrate such a unique and rich cultural history. And I think, as we talked about, mentioned that this could be a staple for the community in the future. So we're glad and we're thankful, Mr. Mayor, for also supporting this and backing this and making sure that this is something that, from partnerships with Davis Broadcasting, Parks and Recs, that we as a city can do this on a large, grand scale and make it a true jubilee. Thank you.
Well, thank you all, and Councilor Tucker, thank you for your efforts. And this is, the rain won this time, but I tell you, the planning that went into this and the coordination and all of the collaboration, I think bodes well for the future. So we'll just use this as a teaser for next year, when I'm sure it's going to be just an incredible beginning to an annual event that celebrates this community's diversity and unity. If y'all sit tight, I'll begin the trek over there to give you your proclamation. All right. All right, next we've got a proclamation for Reentry Awareness Month that's going to be read by Councilor House. And what we'll do after that, if it's all right, I'm going to go ahead and call up an update from that group to immediately follow while Kristen's at the microphone. So I think Kristen Barker is here. There we go. And anybody else who is on that commission, please come to the podium. Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor to have a chance to read this proclamation. Whereas the Mayor's Commission on Reentry is a vital information hub to support local collaborative efforts, and whereas the Mayor's Commission on Reentry collects, develops, coordinates, shares, assists, and provides local reentry resources to justice-involved individuals within the community, as well as juveniles and adults being released to Muskogee County residents. And whereas the mission of the Mayor's Commission on Reentry is to reduce crime, victimization, and recidivism, as well as to decrease the barriers to a successful reentry for returning citizens by connecting them to the resources they need to be successfully reintegrated and become productive and self-sufficient citizens within their communities. And whereas there is a need to strengthen collaboration between law enforcement agencies, corrections and supervision entities, resource agencies, social service and nonprofit organizations, community members, private and public stakeholders, and productive justice-involved individuals. And whereas when justice-involved returning citizens have served their time, they should not be subjected to a lifetime of being denied the basic necessities needed to reintegrate successfully and be productive citizens within their communities. And whereas with access to housing, employment, food, clothing, education, healthcare, mental health treatment, transportation, and other vital resources, justice-involved individuals can provide for themselves and their families, lessening their chances of reoffending, which also makes our community safer, saves taxpayer dollars, and allows them to contribute to our community and local economy. And whereas the Mayor, City Council, and citizens of Columbus, Georgia support the Mayor's Commission on Reentry and recognizes its essential need and diligent efforts in advocacy and education within our community. Now, therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 as Reentry Awareness Month.
Kristen, you want to come up to the microphone? I got to tell you, this is an incredible group that focus so hard on an area of our community that if we can start moving the needle in, we're going to make significant changes throughout this community. So I just first want to start by telling this entire group how grateful I am for all the hard work y'all have put in.
Well, we are very thankful to be here, Mayor Henderson, and before I deliver our update, I would love for each of our members who are present today maybe just to step up and introduce themselves.
Good morning. I am Monica Spencer, pastor in the AME Church, not a member of the commission, but certainly a partner in this work. I am the Columbus liaison for the Georgia Multi-Faith Strategy Team to end mass incarceration. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Baki Muhammad. I am a member of the commission, a commission that I'm so deeply humbled and honored to be a part of. And I'm also humbled and honored to be a part of you all today in this august body.
Good morning, Pat Frey, Home for Good United Way, and I also chair the Housing Subcommittee. Thank you for having us.
I'm Kathy Robinson. I'm the Director of Case Management for Safe House Ministries here in Columbus, Georgia. I'm also on the Housing Committee as well.
Good morning. My name is Michael Forte. I'm administrator of Muscogee County School District. I'm also the chairman of the faith arm of the Reentry Commission. We want to thank Mayor Henderson for his support and Representative House for his support in making this possible. And we're going to keep working very hard to make sure we make a difference in the community. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you to all of you. I enjoy working with all of you so much. Unfortunately, our chair, Keith Mitchell, is unable to be with us today due to health concerns. And I'm Kristen Barker. I am with Better Work Columbus. So I focus a lot on employment, and I chair the Employment Subcommittee. I am also the vice chair of the commission, so I will be delivering our update today in lieu of Keith. So I believe we have a presentation that we have delivered to you guys. If y'all could get that started and I'll figure out how to make it work. At the beginning of our presentation, I want to take just a minute in honor of Jeanette James. She served as one of our original members since we were formed, the commission was formed, and her contributions to our work were so important. And just on behalf of all of us, we want to pay respect to her. We miss her so much. So just in honor of her, I wanted to make that statement. Our mission of the commission has not changed since our inception. We are still focused on preventing recidivism and doing that through strengthening cooperation and collaboration between all of the entities noted in our mission statement here. That includes law enforcement agencies, corrections and supervision entities, resource agencies, social service and nonprofit organizations, faith-based nonprofit organizations, other community members, and private and public stakeholders. So as you can tell, that is our entire community. Every person, everyone in our community is a huge and important part of this work. Our purpose, embedded in our purpose, as you can see, is a focus on finding the key people in our community and bringing those people together to address the needs and concerns that impact individuals who are justice involved. And you can see that in the bullets here, supporting that community collaboration around those adults that are reentering our community from both state and local incarceration, and providing accurate and comprehensive information to you, City Council, to our mayor, but also to other agencies and the public Education is a huge part of that. Recognizing programs that excel in service to this population. So being able to give accolades to those in our community who are doing it well and doing it right is important. And coordinating efforts involving information sharing and planning and engagement among all of the interested private and public stakeholders that we work with. Just to mention quickly our history, moving beyond our official proclamation on July 9th in 2019, we have been able, through our partnerships, to be involved with several efforts related to that education component. Those partnerships with New Life Second Chance Outreach, with Better Work Columbus, and with the Georgia Justice Project in Atlanta has extended the Commission's ability to reach into our community through job and resource fairs, expungement training, and expungement town hall events that have been delivered in 2019 and 2020. We will continue to develop the partnerships that allow us to be involved in efforts like these that impact returning citizens. And we will continue to actively look for opportunities to support these types of events in our community. Our subcommittees, we have 3 of these now. I believe Pat mentioned that she is chairing our housing subcommittee. I chair our employment subcommittee. A number of agencies, as you'll notice here, or organizations are involved through our subcommittees. Goodwill, the Urban League, New Horizons Behavioral Health are some of those on the employment subcommittee who are involved. Our faith-based resource committee is chaired by Dr. Michael Forte, and he is working very closely with the Columbus Multi-Faith Initiative to end mass incarceration as a part of that subcommittee work. The working in subcommittees like this is allowing deeper conversations for us about these areas of needed focus. It's these conversations that led the Reentry Employment Subcommittee to identify a need to expand agreement among employers on hiring returning citizens. It's important for the growth and the prosperity of our community that all people in Columbus have access to meaningful work. We need more employers to consider hiring individuals who have a criminal background. And without safe housing and a job that will allow someone to earn a living wage, people are many times forced into situations that cause them to recidivate. Continuing with our history, I wanted to share a little bit about our strategic plan that has been submitted to the city. This plan is designed to cover 2021 through 2023, so over the next 3 years. And our planned objectives center around the 4 areas that you see here on your screen. Coordinating those local efforts to support adult reentry into our community with the housing, employment, and other needed resources is a focus. Publicly and consistently recognizing organizations and programs that excel in supporting reentry efforts is going to be a key part of that strategy. Continuing to provide and providing information to you and any other appropriate agencies that's accurate and comprehensive is going to be important. And that, as I said earlier, includes that focus, that continued focus on educating around issues that impact returning citizens. Then coordinating monthly information sharing and planning and engagement among all interested private and public stakeholders is important. And we want to be sure that we are positioning ourselves to do that second bullet well, so that we can truly recognize those organizations that exemplify a culture supporting citizens returning to Columbus post-incarceration. Some key milestones have been our meetings in collaboration with groups like the Multi-Faith EMI Georgia Region Strategy Team. And I thank Monica for bringing that to our attention. We've been meeting and collaborating with United Way's 211 system, and we'll be using the 211 system as a primary resource for returning citizens. The benefit here is that this partnership will allow us to channel new resources to one central location and then direct people to that updated and detailed information. We applied for and are currently participating in the GAIN Center's Engaging Clients for Successful Reentry Community of Practice. That participation is allowing us to engage with groups doing similar work in other areas of the country as we learn from the experts and others who have successfully addressed reentry challenges related to employment, housing, behavioral health, and peer support. And then we are preparing to engage in a campaign to extend the acceptance of Ban the Box through education and community outreach. And we have joined hands with our partner organizations to address these challenges that are faced by returning citizens and their need for work that allows that living wage income. This is how we are addressing it. The Urban League has stepped up and taken a lead role in this effort under the direction of their CEO currently, Tracy Mosley. And they have applied for funding to help us with this and are providing some administrative support. But we are all of our partners involved in this work, and we have a robust advisory team in the community who is helping us to get the feedback that we need so that we can position ourselves to do this work very well. Our next steps are addressing housing challenges that are experienced by returning citizens, and we want to work with Pat and Home for Good and others to find the solutions and the resources to address those housing challenges. We want to develop a connected and robust process for using reentry data. We are going to be working with the community of practice to be able to do this, pulling some of their experts in for advice on how we do connect that data sharing across the systems during the remainder of our experience with the community of practice. And then we want to work with key public and private stakeholders on that advisory council to inform our employment subcommittee as we develop that Ban the Box campaign. I share all of this on behalf of all of our members of the commission. And I would invite anyone who would like to come up and add any additional comments that they would like to do that. But before I do that, I'd like to thank the members of the City Council. Thank you for your attention and for your support in this important work. When the individuals returning to our community after they serve their time are able to find the right resources to find safe housing and gainful employment, it's going to result in less poverty in our community. It's going to result in less crime and greater prosperity, not just for them, but for our entire community. Would you like to add anything?
Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure to work with this group. They are focused on trying to solve this mission because we have to figure out how to make this work. Otherwise, we're just going to allow a problem to fester. And so we need to help these people that are coming back to the community reintegrate. And so I've certainly enjoyed it, and I think they're doing great work, and we'll continue to do that. It's an awesome and hard-charging group.
And Councilor, certainly appreciate your, I know you've been very attentive to their needs and their initiatives. I think you make just about every meeting in an advisory capacity, and we appreciate that. Anybody else have anything they want to add? Well, if y'all sit tight, I'm going to bring you the proclamations, and get them in your hand.
Nobody can see. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Really is an outstanding group that is working on a very difficult initiative, but they are making headway every day, and we appreciate their commitment. And we hope that Mr. Mitchell is okay. Everything's going all right. He's a good man. He does a great job leading that group. Next, I'd like to invite to the podium our auditor, Mr. John Redmond. He is going to give us the results of an audit done on the Columbus Golf Authority.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson, members of council, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney. It's good to see you again this morning, Madam Clerk as well. Today I'm going to be co-presenting the internal audit of the Columbus Golf Authority. Joining me today in the presentation will be Ms. Donna McGinnis, who has joined us earlier this year as a forensic auditor, and I will introduce her at the time that she comes forth to do her part. I want to start by saying that this audit was authorized by City Council on September 22nd of last year. It's the part of the process that we do. It's a transition when we have a change in leadership. This one was originally approved in 2019 as a transition audit with limited scope. We brought it back to have it approved for full scope. Of course, we get the authorization, we develop an audit program, we have an entrance conference with the RT and conduct the field work. And let's see if I can, it's not working here. Anyway, then after we conduct the field work, we prepare a draft report. We meet with the RT and discuss that and present that for their comments and concerns. This thing's not working. I need some help, folks. But I can say that this audit has been a very interesting one. It's probably one of the most fun of any I've ever done. I don't know that audit's supposed to be fun, but this one has really been good. And I really want to thank the auditees, Mr. Jim, for his assistance, Jim Arndt, and also all of his entire staff, because they have really pitched in and been a big help in this process. Okay. Now, of course, part of our scope is we look at the organizational structure of the Golf Authority. We look at the Golf Authority's governance. We review their minutes and their operations of the facilities. We look at the inventory and assessment of vehicles, capital equipment, and facilities. We review the financial position. We also do employee verification and position descriptions reviews. Administrative and financial operations are given a lot of detail. And then we look at the business continuity plan and an employee succession plan. And then we plan a strategic planning exercise. We have not been able to complete that yet for the convenience of the authority, but that will be done next month as planned. And then we develop from that a strategic plan which will help them in going forward. At this time, I'm going to call on Donna McGinnis to come up. She'll be my co-presenter today, and I'm going to introduce her. Donna joined us as a second forensic auditor, joining myself and Elizabeth Barfield earlier this year, as we had some special work to do with the external auditors. She's also assisted with the audit of the Marshal's Office decommission, and now she's working on this audit, and she's also working on the audits of the Sheriff's Department and a brief one of the probate court. Donna came to us this past year. She actually worked in the Clerk of Superior and State Courts office for about most of last year in 2020, filling the finance role upon the retirement of the previous incumbent, Mr. Demps. Donna came to us with excellent audit background and experience. She has a bachelor's degree in business administration from West Virginia University, and then she has a master's from the Baylor University. She's worked in city government before, so she's not new to that. She worked in Waco, Texas in the budget office of the city manager, and then later in the city of Houston, she worked in the comptroller's office, doing that type of work. And then later when she lived in Miami, Florida, she was director of internal audit for the Miami-Dade school system, which is one of the fourth largest in the country. So at this time, I'm going to let Donna take over, and she'll present the audit activity and observations, and then the findings, and then I'll come back and do the recommendations and the questions.
Good morning, everyone. We began our activity with a tour of the golf courses and the facilities, and we started out at Bull Creek. The facility we found has two 18-hole courses situated on 500 acres of watershed property adjacent to Lynch Road, north of Macon Road, and they are projected to exceed 46,000 18-hole rounds in fiscal 2021. The course was built in the early 1970s and opened in 1972. The property is heavily wooded with watershed lakes interspersed to detain water from flowing directly into Bull Creek and flooding areas to the south as it flows toward the Chattahoochee River. In your package, you'll see some photographs that we had taken when we were out visiting there. One of the things that you'll note is that we have a lot of very aged equipment on site, far exceeding the recommended useful lives of these assets. We found 36-year-old tractors prevalent. We also have some aged trucks and Jeeps and vehicles in rather poor condition. But we've been spending the money out there at the golf course on repairs and maintenance. Let's see here. There we go. And basically keeping these vehicles operational. And these are examples of what we saw in their storage facility. Additionally, we observed that as the trees on the property have matured, many of them have encroached on the golf course, and they're in need of trimming or removal. We have considerable silt buildup in the detention ponds and lakes. The silt buildup reduces the capacity of the detention ponds and sometimes causes flooding of the courses in times of heavy rainfall in a short period of time. The detention ponds and lakes provide a ready source of water for course irrigation. We also went down to visit at the Oxbow Creek facility, located on South Lumpkin Road in South Columbus. We have a newer brick clubhouse and course at that site. While designed for 18 holes, we only have 9 constructed at this point. What we found at Oxbow was that the property had been quickly developed on a very tight budget. There are some upgrades that are needed there. One of the key matters at the moment, we have a rapidly failing bridge that's adjacent to the second hole tee box. There we go. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to manipulate this. Okay, yes, there we go. These video clips, I don't know if the sound is going to come in here, but literally we've got water flowing through the pylons and the supports beneath the bridge. What we see in the photos here of Oxbow on the left, you'll see on the Riverwalk behind our bridge, you'll see a constructed bridge where we are basically sending our golfers on a bypass at the present time because it's really not safe to use the bridge that's deteriorating rapidly. And then we see, of course, the bridge again on your right. Now, one of the things we also see out there at Oxbow, we've got more rounds of golf than ever in light of these pandemic times. In fiscal 2021, we're looking at 25,000 or more 9-hole rounds. Sorely in need of the additional 9 holes that would accommodate a growing number of participants. We've got some additional photos here of Oxbow. On the left, we've got, again, sort of a patch and paste on this particular bridge. And we do have a temporary permission to use the Riverwalk. It is a good solution that allows us to keep the course open for golfers to be out there right now. We also have our share of 22-year-old vehicles at that site. In this next pair of photos, you're seeing pylons that are supporting the bridge that's falling apart right now. And you'll see where we've patched, paste, screwed the pylons together. And pretty much it's a day-by-day situation out there right now. And then this last photo, we just are again showing some of the rotting wood and the condition of what we see in that particular bridge. In additional observations, we went out to visit Godwin Creek Course, which is located in the city Village in northwest Columbus. It's a golf teaching facility known as 4Kids, which is leased and operated by Richard and Stephanie Callahan, and they focus on teaching children and youth to play golf. It's a 9-hole short course. It's a respite tucked away in the city amidst industrial and commercial enterprises in that area. A developmental facility creating a new supply of young golfers to learn the game, build their confidence and self-esteem, and refilling the courses for years to come with a new generation of golfers. That led us to some questions. Could such a program serve as an avenue to prevent crime and teach at-risk youth a new way to develop skills that could enable a scholarship opportunity perhaps and to provide higher educational opportunities? If it could, with a crime prevention grant to provide transportation and scholarship to cover program costs for at-risk and underprivileged youth. Fiscal 2021 reflects the highest number of rounds of golf ever played at Bull Creek and Oxbow Creek courses in their respective histories. Fiscal 2021 has been a difficult year to maintain staff and a labor pool to maintain and operate the courses. Both courses are supplemented with prison labor that learn valuable skills that are in high demand when they return to civilian life. Several have been offered and accepted high-paying jobs after learning to maintain and care for golf courses after serving their time. Most of the equipment, tractors, mowers, vehicles, and small tools, are well beyond their useful lives and require considerable parts and maintenance to keep them operational. Fees at Bull Creek and Oxbow Creek are well below those of other comparable facilities in the Columbus area. These need to be increased to generate additional income to make the courses and the authority self-sufficient, including operating expenses and reserves for equipment replacement, facility expansion, upgrades, and replacement. Reserve accounts should be funded with surpluses from operations for capital equipment purchases and replacements. Staffing needs to be increased at Bull Creek and Oxbow Creek courses to perform course maintenance and resolve issues with tree encroachments, clearing underbrush, and removing silt from the lakes and ponds. The finance operation consists of one full-time financial technician that handles financial, human resources, payroll entry, and membership tasks for both facilities. This function was previously supported with a second position to maintain currency of the workload and provide backup in cases of scheduled or unscheduled absences. This area was critically behind and required process re-engineering and temporary assistance to bring it to a current state. Most of the issues were attributable to inadequate training, understaffing, and frequent turnover. Nearly all assets in use are far beyond their useful lives. Specialized equipment is needed for trimming or removing trees encroaching on the fairways and silt removal. Several areas of operation are understaffed at each location. Parking, cart storage, pavilion, and a starter house are inadequate or lacking at the Bull Creek facility. The Oxbow Creek course only has 9 holes of the 18 planned. The remaining holes need to be completed. The creek bridge at the Oxbow Creek course adjacent to the number 2 tee box is closed for repair or replacement. The youth golf training program should be expanded to include youth from disadvantaged and crime-ridden areas of the community to improve opportunities for these youth and to reduce crime. The lease of the Godwin Creek facility to 4 Kids has expired and should be renewed. Additional inventory is needed at the Oxbow Creek Pro Shop to enhance sales opportunities and profitability. The workload of the financial technician was behind in vendor payments, frequency of deposits, reporting cash receipts, and issuance of membership cards, leading to inaccuracy of financial reports by month and member complaints. The Gulf Authority needs a checking account for payment of vendors requiring payment at the time of delivery, which causes the necessity for maintaining large sums of money to purchase money orders of delivery day, as the vendor does not accept cash nor permit open accounts. The authority needs to establish a continuity of profitability such that ongoing financial subsidies are no longer needed. Fee structures need to be compared to competition and adjusted to generate adequate revenue to not only cover operating expenses, but capital equipment replacement and contingencies. Compensation levels for all employees and management need to be reviewed at least annually to ensure that it is competitive to retain high-quality, experienced employees and management. All positions need review to determine those most critical to organizational success and ensure that backups are adequately trained to fill critical vacancies. Accounting accrual entries should be made at the end of each month to include all revenues that deposited at the beginning of the following month and reversed at the beginning of the new month. The Golf Membership Management Program is contained in Lotus Notes at the present time, a platform that we were previously told the city was discontinuing.
Thank you, Donna. I'll now present the audit recommendations. The first is that a capital equipment replacement schedule should be prepared to determine funding requirements by year required to fund replacement purchases and the impact on the fee structure. Discarded and non-operating assets should be retired and sent to auction or disposal. Specialized equipment for trimming and cutting trees along the courses should be purchased, leased, or rented to accomplish the task. Staffing for each facility needs to be reevaluated based on current business volume and activity level. As Donna mentioned, there's more golf being played at our facilities currently than there ever has been in the past, and who knows what the future holds, but there are a lot of new golfers out there, and we're seeing a lot of different people, different types of people playing golf. A trained backup for the financial technician needs to be identified and hired or contracted. The Bull Creek facilities should be evaluated during the strategic planning session for prioritization and synchronization of upgrades and replacements. The Oxbow Creek course should be evaluated by a golf architect to determine the feasibility and cost of constructing the additional 9 holes. The deteriorating bridge on the cart path at Oxbow Creek needs to be repaired and replaced, and that's much of an emergency. It's underway now, process. A proposal for youth golf training should be obtained by the Crime Prevention Director to expand the program to disadvantaged and troubled youth. That could be a qualify for crime prevention funding. I think that could be beneficial to the community in several ways. A new contract should be prepared and executed with 4 kids for the lease of the Godwin Creek facility and continued youth golf funding. The inventory of golf clubs, golf bags, apparel, and golfing supplies at the Oxbow Creek location need to be increased to provide greater selection and sales opportunities. The accounting and finance processes and scheduling for the timely completion of duties was re-engineered to provide timely reporting and deposit of funds. This process should be continued for improved accuracy of financial reporting and vendor relations. We need to obtain authorization from the city's finance director for a checking account to pay for purchases that must be made at time of delivery. This is primarily for beer and other alcoholic beverages that are purchased that can't take cash. They need to take steps to ensure the continued profitability at each golf course so that financial self-sustainability is achieved and continues indefinitely, and to develop and adapt a fee structure that not only covers current operating expenses but also provides funding for capital equipment and facility replacements. Also, to adjust compensation as necessary to retain all critical employees in management, and to create an employee continuity plan to ensure properly trained backups exist for all critical positions. Finally, we want to prepare the accounting accrual entries at the end of the months for the finance department to enter so that the periodicity of revenues and expenses are properly reflected and match up with those in the golf system. The revenue is important that it be accurate. We want to develop an accurate membership management system on a platform other than Lotus Notes as the city moves away from that software. At least that was the plan that was announced some time ago. Jim Arndt, the golf director, has responded his agreement with the audit findings and recommendations and thanked the auditors for their efforts to assist the golf courses and the golf authority to reach its maximum potential. Are there any questions from City Council or Executive Management regarding the report?
Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, if I remember correctly, some of the issues on this report have been suggested as part of our SPLOS movement. Is that correct?
I'm trying, sorry, I couldn't get it, come on.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Such as the bridge and so forth, yes.
And it seemed to me that one of the things on the SPLOS was not only the bridge at Oxbow, but the bridge, a bridge at Bull Creek.
That is correct.
Okay. The other thing that really caught my attention and made me a little nervous is the piece about the finance director about the payment of these vendors as they come in. It seems to me that in other departments that we deal with, excuse me, we have a very secure payment system, and I would want the same thing to be in place for Bull Creek and Oxbow. I don't know, Mr.
Yeah.
City Manager, if you want to speak to that at all.
Well, unless there's some circumstance that people want to be paid on the spot and they want to write a check. I think our system citywide works, and we work on an invoice system, and it's paid 7 to 10 days or once processed by the user agency, then finance will process payment. And I'm not clear, and we'll find out. I'll have the finance director to work with Mr. Arndt and the Golf Authority to determine if a different system is necessary.
Well, I know that Mr. Redmond said that this is basically alcohol beverages, but we have alcohol beverage contracts in other facilities in the city, and it would seem to me that they ought to be able to get together so that there's a good report, a good way of our knowing what's going on with the money out there. I have heard from golfers for years that the Bull Creek Golf Course is one of the best in the Southeast. But the other facilities out there leave a lot to be desired. And so I'm hoping that we can bring some of those up to par, like
yeah, and we'll work with, our finance department will work with the Golf Authority, Mr. Arndt, on those administrative things that we can come to some amicable solution, and we'll figure that out.
Good. I appreciate that, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Davis?
Mr. Redmond, for years, been kind of watching the financials on Oxbow and Bull Creek, and it seems like every year we're having to supplement those facilities just to keep them going, even to the point of myself and others have talked about, look, if you're not successful, you're going to have to find another way to do it. And now all of a sudden, it's complete opposite, which puts a lot of question marks in my mind, because it's somewhat amazing that and correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm stating, the financials I've seen, unless they've changed lately, what's amazing is now the return on the investment from both facilities, but it's just not what would be expected from say a management change or a slight correction in the business operation that gets things back where they need to be for whatever adjustments on the management side. But there's a significant increase in NOI or revenue, net revenue. Am I right on that?
Yes, sir, you are correct, Mr.
Okay.
Davis.
Okay.
I would
well,
really
I
like
just want to know if I'm right. The next thing is that, and I'm going to ask you to maybe comment on that, but, we talk about the needs out there, and, I'm the first. That to me, that's just surprising, but I'd be the first to say if this is real and this is happening, they don't need just a pat on the back. We need to allow them to use what they've done out there as far as the savings or the revenue generated and put it back into the operation 100%, and maybe even contribute to it if that's going to be where we're going from here on out, because the needs are there. You've stated the needs are there, and for the longest time we've never been able to really invest because you're always having to supplement or dig these facilities out of a hole somewhat, going into the reserve to support them. Now it's not like that anymore, and they've had a lot of challenges. They've come to us, and it's been hard to put additional money into it when it's not bringing anything out. So it just kind of flounders. But lately, and we've made some. I'm really thrilled what the authority, the board, what's going on out there. I mean, it's catching my attention. It should catch the attention of our community, but. It's positive, and if it continues like that, Mr. City Manager, we ought to let them take what they generate and put back into the for a change, first time we've had that, and let them invest it back to make it even better. So, I mean, I'm just kind of throwing thoughts out there in this presentation, but I've been waiting for this audit. Mr. Redmond, I think you understand what I'm saying, but maybe you can comment on the variance in between the past to where we are today. I mean, that's just significant, and you know, I don't know where to start, but if it's by patting people on the back or whatever you do, I mean, you know, I'm sitting back thinking, is this going to continue? And I have no reason to believe that it's not, that good things are going to happen. So maybe now's the time to start making those changes and providing the needs to keep the facility, get the facilities back to where they need to be, plus the capital equipment, all that kind of stuff that they need to make it a first-class facility. Would you comment on that?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Davis. You're absolutely correct. There's more golf being played. The revenues are much higher. The thing about golf expenses is they're relatively fixed. Yes, you do have to have a little bit more staffing when you have more people coming out there to play, but a lot of the costs are relatively fixed. So it's really a revenue issue of building that revenue to where it needs to be. And of all the horror and sins that we've dealt with this COVID-19 pandemic in our community and throughout our nation, the one thing that it has done is it's allowed people a limited number of opportunities to get out and do things, activities, whether it be sporting or attending concerts or sporting events. Many of those things were not available this past year. And so golf is one of the things that could be done safely during COVID. The only thing they really had to make as an adjustment was they had to purchase additional golf carts or lease them, because the golfers had to ride in separate carts with the exception of those that reside in the same household. Now, I think much of the improvement is attributable to the new leadership provided by Mr. Jim Arndt as the golf director, and I think he's got a golf authority board that is now very engaged and is paying attention and is supporting in his endeavors to make it and return it to one of the top 25 public courses in the United States, as it was in its early days. I've spent a fair amount of time working with Mr. Arndt and his staff, and they are dedicated and committed to doing it. They do need some new equipment, and they do need some new facilities. There's also some money in the SPLOST for a replacement clubhouse and cart storage facility, and those types of things would be very important to taking it even further in the advancement of the revenues. For one thing, a new facility would have maybe a larger dining area and could have some really upscale dining overlooking the golf course. That's something that's not very available unless you're a member of a country club, and that you have some of that at Maple Ridge, but primarily that's just not something that any restaurant can provide. So hopefully that might be a part of the future. I do believe that this is a continuing thing. For one thing, I have seen a lot of changes in the diversity of the people playing golf. Frankly, it used to be a bunch of old white men and a few younger ones, but the reality is today we see lots of African Americans, we see lots of Asians, we see lots of Latinos out there playing golf. We also see a lot of women playing golf these days, and I really believe that these are changes that are fundamental and will be hanging around for a long time and probably increase. And that's one reason why we're seeing the need now for the additional 9 holes to be built at Oxbow Creek course. I realize in the past it was probably not very wise to invest money in something that you were having to subsidize each year. But I really believe that the subsidy days are over. I hope I'm correct in that sense. But I see good things going forward, and even better if we can make some investments there and allow them to reinvest the profits. I've given you in your report, in the written report, a projection of showing actually the last 3 fiscal years and the projection for how this one's going to end based on 11 months of actual data. It looks like Bull Creek is going to show a profit of over $500,000 this year, and Oxbow perhaps as much as $17,000. So that is really a huge improvement on both courses, and it's very encouraging with the Oxbow Creek situation. Bull Creek is operated, at a fairly high level of percentage of capacity for a number of years. They do need to adjust some fees. Their fees are way too much below their competition. There's opportunity to do that and still have a lower priced golfing opportunity for our citizens and visitors. And I'd also like to remind you that the golf courses and other recreational facilities are something that are very important when businesses and industries come here to relocate or looking for a place for relocation. And it's a big help to our development authority if they have adequate facilities out there. And golf is one of the things that the executives that make those decisions are looking for. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we try to grow our community and our economic base employment. Donna earlier mentioned that several of the people that were incarcerated and were working out there as prison labored during their time they were serving their sentence. It kind of goes hand in hand with the previous presentation about the reentry program. Several of those people have learned skills that have allowed them, when they left prison and were reentering society, to be able to get very good jobs. Now, some of these took jobs at other facilities, but that's okay. They got really good jobs, ones that can sustain themselves and their family financially and help prevent recidivism and returning back to ways of crime and things that get them back into the prison system. And that's very important. And I think that, as I mentioned earlier, and Donna also mentioned, the opportunities for maybe some crime prevention funding for the training and transportation for disadvantaged youth and those that live in disadvantaged areas of town, that maybe they can get out there and they can learn to play golf. For that matter, they need to learn to play tennis and hockey, because those are grand opportunities, particularly for minorities. So that's what I see for the future, and I've committed to Mr. Arndt. I've enjoyed working with him, and as many of you know, I'm going to be retiring next week, and I'm going to be doing some volunteer work for him, and maybe even one day serve on the golf authority if you all see fit for that. But I would certainly like to see this continue, this trend, and I will do everything that I can to help him make that happen.
Thank you, John. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I just want to agree with John. The new management, Mr. Arms has taken over, has come over there. He has made Oxbow Meadow an inviting place. He has given opportunity to vets to have programs over there. All these things that you see in this report is true. They need this repairs. They need the bridge. They need all that they can use to sustain themselves. But he has some unique ideas too. I think he was a blessing to us and to the golf authority. He has even taken the golf board authority and just had them to be very interested in what's going on in Oxbow Meadow. The couple times I've been over there, the board has been over there walking, looking, trying to help in every way as possible. And I tend to agree too. If they needed some volunteers, I would even go over there, because he's done a wonderful job. When I went to visit him, I told him I wouldn't really come because I didn't felt wanted. But from the minute you walk into Oxbow now, everyone is, hi, welcome to Oxbow. What you need? Can I help you? Do you need some training? Do you need this? Do you need that? And it makes you want to come to Oxbow. And the way that he's taking care of it and greeting and doing the customer skills with his employees, it's amazing. They have my support, and I tend to agree with Glenn. Maybe a portion of the money that's coming in, make it a line item to them or something to be able to help them get back on their feet, or see how we can help them to at least make sure it's safe and clean and environable. I know these new carts that they got it from COVID when I went, they replaced some that have been there over 20 years. We have the same problem that we have across this whole city, equipment that's old.
But I am happy, and to the search committee that brought him, I think they did an awesome job, because he will take Oxbow Meadows and Bull Creek to another level. And I'm very proud that he's in my district and he's doing some wonderful things in Oxbow.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yeah, you know, Jim Arnt's done a great job, but I tell you, there's a new manager out at Oxbow, a young lady named Nikki, and she's awesome. I've had an opportunity to talk with her. She's noted as a great instructor, and the good thing about the 3 different courses, with the one being operated by volunteers out at Godwin Creek, no matter what your skill level, if you want to just start to kind of get introduced to golf, you can go that par 3 right there in the middle of City Village. So yeah, they've done a good job. It's the management change, I think, has been a big part of it, but so has this, you know, the limited number of opportunities to get out of the house and do things during the pandemic. The great thing about that, though, is when you build that clientele, they tend to stick with you if you're a golf course and if you're continuing to provide a quality experience. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, I know that most of the audit recommendations can be handled by either the golf courses itself or the finance director or whatever, but I want to make sure that we do that we have a conversation with the crime prevention director of the crime prevention office, Mr. Brown, to make sure that this Godwin Creek facility gets what it needs, and we use that as one of the crime prevention areas. I think that I don't know that we need to do anything except say, Mr. Mayor, we need to do this. But I really would like to see this explored and see what we can do with it.
Good
Councilor
idea.
Thomas,
Absolutely.
if I might add, I have met with Mr. Brown and discussed that, and he said actually last year someone else had came forward and recommended a program that they wanted to implement, but then they withdrew for some reason at the last moment before they were considered. But he thought it was an excellent idea as well, and so we've already had that conversation, so he's aware of it. So it's just a matter of, you know, getting a proposal together, and it probably would come from the Four Kids organization to do that, and they do an excellent job over there.
All right, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, let me just commend and congratulate Jim Arntz, the board, the Golf Authority Board, for their great work. And I agree with Councilor Davis. I'm amazed at how the change in management leadership led us to an annual deficit at both Oxbow and Bull Creek to a significant turnaround of a profit. I don't know, I'm amazed at that. So I do congratulate and commend the hiring of Jim Arntz, the board, the Golf Authority Board, and just all the great work that they've done. And then I heard Councilor Davis mention about reinvesting profits. I even heard the internal auditor talk about reinvesting profits. I just, you know, my red flag goes all the way to the top of the pole when I hear you say that. That's not our best practice here in the city. And you know, I thought about the fact that last June 20, we were the 17th best run city in America. And I commend our finance director and her team for their great finance skills and ability. But when I think about reinvesting profits, I hear all the time, and we say no to it. But I've heard, you know, inspections and codes say when the building permits, the profits are up, you know, we could use that to hire people or do these things, and what they need to do is come through the budget process and make the request. I heard fire EMS says, if we do ambulance billing, we can make this money and we can use that to do these things with. And my response is no, just bring your request to the budget process, and if we know it's needed, we need to ask the budget review and council to approve it. I've heard, CPD might say, well, if we can write more tickets, if we can reinvest that money and buy this or do that. And my response is no. Or Metro say, if we write more parking tickets, we can do this or do that. I hear the tax commissioner often says, we collected more money this year for you, the county, than you did last year. Well, you don't get to use that money. It goes into the general fund. There's municipal court, superior court, state court, fines and fees, and just because you collect more, because more people are getting into trouble, doesn't mean you get to spend it or reinvest it in your office. We have a process. And then Angelica is going to tell you today that our sales tax today is up 3.41%. Well, she doesn't get to use that, because it's up. And so I just caution us about reinvesting profits. I mean, we ought to fund city agencies for what they need. And then if their revenue is up on the other side, that's fine, but I just get concerned when I hear that. We have a good system in place, and I just want to, and I think it's best practices, and I think I want to maintain that. So I just get nervous when I hear that.
No, I agree. And obviously we can't allow revenue producing departments to funnel all that revenue just to that department, because we have a lot of departments that are non-revenue producing, and then we'd end up with a big imbalance. However, when we see an investment, as Councilor Davis was talking about, that is yielding more of a return than it had in the past, it certainly makes it easier to consider for this group during budget time. But I do agree that's the proper way to kind of follow that money. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I just wanted to ask regarding the equipment as we begin to replace equipment that we have, particularly in Public Works, anything that we think Oxbow could use before we discard or send it to auction or whatever, I would like to ask if we could offer it to the Golf Authority to see if there's a way they could utilize that equipment. But just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Davis?
Yeah, and look, I'm not going to get in a philosophical, management from a standpoint of best practice. But look, when the way I look at it is when you compare apples to apples and apples to oranges, you got to remember this is an authority. It's not a money-making operation. I don't know where else when I say that, it's not an operation generate money to be filtered in other places to run the city. I think that's a unique operation. It's an authority. It's not like the other departments in the city. And if they are doing well and generating a profit, I don't see anything wrong with using that money to support the operation 100%, especially when they're way behind. So from my perspective, and I completely understand some of the conversation around the table. That's a very unique operation out there. Matter of fact, they make a lot of their own decisions. We don't do that. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on it. But I understand. I'm not. I just. From my standpoint, when business practices, I tend to like to, if somebody's producing, I like to reward it and keep the machine going. So that's a good way to do it. But any matter, it's amazing what's going on out there. I think the key thing And I don't really like to look at these programs as maybe deterrents, but investments, especially investments in our youth. I mean, that's really what we're doing with Parks and Recs, is investing in our youth and our younger generation. And really, when it comes to golf, and Mayor, by the way, it was stated if you need some training, you can go out to Oxbow Meadow and get some training on your stroke out there.
I need it.
But, you know, when you look at the statistics, and those of you who know golf, you know that that it's been predominantly a game that's played in the senior community. But there's been some real conversation of how to engage the younger generation and the middle age group, and I think that's really, really important if you want the game to thrive, because if you don't, that's the future of the game. And eventually some of those people like myself and the mayor and others, we're not going to be able to play, and you better have some players coming up behind you. So I think it's real important to invest in our younger generation, those programs, and invest in our youth. That's really what we're doing, is to keep things going, to keep our community going. Thank you, Mayor.
MCSD has actually started a middle school league, so they're getting younger. Councilor Barnes?
John, did I hear you correctly say that you were retiring? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir. Next week.
John, I just want to thank you and commend you for the hard work that you've done. I think one of the best moves, decisions that were made, were to get an internal auditor. And so it took me by surprise, and I just want to personally thank you for the fantastic job that you've done for the City of Columbus here.
Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate those kind words. I hope I'll still be able to help the city out in some ways. I think the mayor may have a project or two in mind he wants me to help him with, but I also do want to help with the golf authority some as best I can.
Thank you, John. Mr. City Manager?
And Mr. Mayor, let me just make Councilor Davis's day. Finance director came over to me and she said, "You don't read your text messages." And so I looked at my text message, and she says, "Each golf course is an enterprise fund. Their money stays in the golf course fund." And so she's right, Councilor Davis. I don't read my text messages. And so I just wanted to make your day, but for all the other departments, my comments are apply. But for the golf authority, then that would be the case.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, you know I always have 110% trust in you. You're a wonderful manager, and you do a good job. And and I listen, and hardly ever have we had any disputes or disagreements in areas. And you're 100% right, but we always are able to work through these things and discuss it. And in this case, I appreciate everything that you, your staff, and our departments do. And this has just been really, at the end of the day, it's amazing. I still got question marks in my mind. So, there's a lot of things to work through and to throw out there. But I think this is probably the first opportunity that we could even have a discussion like this in a long, long time. So it's good. It's good for everybody, including the executive management, the management out there, their boards, the authority, and groups. I'm just looking at this as a really positive thing for our community. Thanks, Mayor.
Yes, sir. All right. Doesn't appear to be any other questions. John, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Donna, thank you too, ma'am. All right, we'll move on to the city attorney's agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I think the Columbus Police Department and the people from the alarm company are here, and I think they want to present, and it can be added to your agenda or later in my agenda, but I think it'd be worthwhile to hear from them.
You're right. It was an add-on, and I overlooked it. Thank you very much. We have, council had asked a lot of questions and had a lot of wanted some more information on the false alarm, decreasing our false alarms within our community, the program that we've been involved with. And so the folks from that organization have been kind enough to come and kind of brief us on the process. Chief Blackman is here. Chief, you want to introduce the individuals that are with you, or allow them to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Mayor and City Council members and City Manager. So we know that in January of last year, our city ordinance was implemented regarding the alarm reduction program. And in May of last year, the alarm reduction program was implemented as far as to start the charging process. But since that time, there have been some concerns and challenges regarding a couple of the processes with notification as well as with the billing process. So our department has been in contact with Central Square Technologies, the vendor for managing the alarm reduction program, and we have two of the representatives here today to give us an update regarding problems that have been identified and what will be done to resolve the problems as they were presented.
Good morning. My name is Abby Steffi. I'm a representative or customer service manager for Central Square Technologies. With me is a project manager with Central Square Technologies, Stephanie Stark. Thank you for having us and giving us the opportunity to speak with you all and address the concerns of the citizens in Columbus. I do apologize that there were, that it wasn't rolled out as seamlessly as would have been appreciated by the community. We're here to just address the concerns, what we've done to resolve the concerns that the city had, both the police and the fire. The chief complaints were that the citizens, residents, and business.
Should be a presentation. There we go.
Oh, thank you. The chief concerns were that there was not sufficient notification to the citizens for both business and residents. They did not feel that they were sufficiently notified about the alarm ordinance and the requirements to get permitted and registered for their alarm systems with the city, and that there was a delay in billing for a backlog of 6 months worth of false alarm processing. When the program was implemented and started to go live in May, we did send out, Central Square did send out what we call a new vendor letter introducing our company and on behalf of the city and what we do to help support and enforce, help administer the false alarm reduction program and enforce it on behalf of the city. We educate the city on the requirements to register, how to register, where to register for their alarm systems, the requirements of the program to maintain their alarm permit. I'm sorry. Thank you. So the go live date, we went live after implementation, which began in January. We went live in May of last year. We sent out new vendor letters with all the information, as I said. And we also sent out notification to all the alarm companies, 195 in the area that we had information for, notifying them of the ordinance for Columbus, Georgia, and how to get their clients registered or to inform their clients to get registered with us and to send us their client information so we could assist with registration and getting everybody permitted within the city that had an alarm system. And then we also had provided templates, public mailers for the city to use to send out. Also at that time, is my understanding that the city sent out mailers and flyers to communicate the ordinance and the false alarm reduction program. And then we commenced processing false alarms in July of 2020. Unfortunately, we stopped receiving files in September 2020 from the Motorola CAD system to our FTP server. And during that time, on both sides, the city and on the Central Square Technologies side, there was a staff turnover of key players, of all the key players on both sides of the program. So both the leadership and the agents on our side and the contacts that we had with the city, there was turnover and reorganizations on both sides, and there was a lapse in the management of the program. And so it just so happened to coincide with the Motorola CAD files not transferring over at the same time, unfortunately. And we got new leadership in place in Central Square in October of 2020, and then in November and December, November and December, new management was in place to manage the program on the Central Square side. And then by January of this year, we were able to make contact with Motorola and get everything back up and running for the file sharing between both the city and Central Square for processing. By February, we did all of the processing of all of those files that had been backlogged within that 6-month period, and processed and invoiced and billed out to the community at that time. Unfortunately, there was a delay in billing because of that issue and the turnover in the CAD, and there's been a lot of complaints about the backlog of the billing because of that. So we do apologize for the inconvenience to the community. We have worked with the city through the appeal process to appeal fines or any disputes as people had them. We've been working to re-communicate. We did send out another letter in March of this year to the communities, to the alarm companies, again, reintroducing them to the program and the requirements and how to register again. We've been working through any complaints through the appeal process to satisfy citizens' complaints. And right now, the city is not enforcing the registration fee, but is still accepting registration fees or allowing a grace period. The city, the police department, and fire department have agreed to kind of allow a grace period to allow people to get caught up with getting registered and getting permitted as required by the ordinance. And right now the target date is October 1 to go back live with a fully operational program, back to normal operations. So all the issues we have had, we've resolved as they've come up with the new management in place. We do apologize for the in-house reorganization affecting the rollout of the program, the effectiveness of it. It is running. We feel that we have resolved all issues at this time and are continue to work with city and police police and fire to continue to find resolutions as needed. I feel we hope that we've met their needs to this point. And we can continue to send out communications. We can provide templates to the city if they would like to send out communication, online or in mailers, flyers, however you would like to communicate the information of the ordinance and the program with Central Square, Cry Wolf, and anything else. Any questions or concerns?
Councilor Garrett?
What's the status? I had requested that y'all allow the alarm companies to register us again, because I just moved to a new home and installed cameras, security system. My expectation is the alarm company will register me, and I talked to the owner of that, and he was told he was not allowed to register us. And I don't mind if they pass the cost along, but I don't want our citizens being required to do a registration every year if they're paying for an alarm company. So what's the status of working with the alarm companies?
Well, as I stated, we did send out we've sent out notice to them to, advise their citizens. We've given them information to communicate to their clients how to register with us. The alarm companies are not required to register, but they can. Some do, but many of them just inform their customers, but there's nothing to hold them accountable to ensure So, between us, the city, and the alarm companies, we do try to get the message out as widely as we can with the data that we have, the account information, locations that we have. And we certainly don't deny any registrations as we receive them from both.
Okay.
I mean, we do accept registrations from both alarm companies and citizens and businesses.
Okay. So if I pay for an alarm system with ACOM, I can contact them, and if they aren't willing to register me, I can switch systems, and somebody can register me.
I'm sorry, they can't.
I can be registered by my alarm system without me having to do anything.
By your alarm company?
Yeah.
It depends on the alarm company. Every alarm company, it's at their discretion. They're not required by the ordinance, but some of them do as a courtesy to their clients.
Okay, thank you.
But there's nothing in your organization that prevents them from doing that? I
No,
guess
we
Yeah,
would
that was my only question. Okay.
Yeah, we would never turn away a registration.
The alarm companies have multiple ways that they can send in registration for the citizens and their customers that they have. They do have the ability on our website to register any customers within the city jurisdiction boundaries through their own separate portal. Certain alarm companies will also use our citizen portal to register the addresses on the customer's behalf. Other alarm companies will do things such as send us a spreadsheet for processing and uploading into our database. And the final would be that they include some type of packet, typically when you purchase that new alarm system or when you sign up for their service, to direct you to our website so that you may register on your own through the site itself, or if you already have a permit on file with the city, then you would be able to just update that information with that alarm company.
Okay. Councilor Thomas?
Chief Blackman, one of the questions that I received several times was the citizen didn't seem to be able to find a contact to call if they had questions or to call if they had concerns, other than mine. And is there someone in the department that they need to be calling, or the fire department, or
Yes, ma'am.
what's the status?
Yes, ma'am. The contact for the police department is Captain William Turner, and that's information that we'll...
Say that again.
I said the contact information for the police department, the contact person for the police department is Captain William Turner, and that information will be communicated through our website and social media sites as well.
It may also be a good idea, Mr. City Manager, to put that on the CCG TV,
certainly,
so that people know that. Thank you.
And I just want to be clear as well that we still want alarm owners to register their alarms even during this period of time now. And in doing so, that would enable the company, Central Square Technology, to have receipt of alarm owners, and hopefully at that time, the problems that were identified earlier would be able to be better handled so as not to be a persistent issue as we go forward.
And if I could ask a question, I know I'm supposed to know this. Is this a one and done registration, or they have to do it every year?
Yeah, it's just a one-time registration.
Okay, that's okay. Councilor House, did you have a? Okay, all right. I don't see any more questions. I know that the council has received a lot of calls. We in my office have received calls, and typically they are around people that have had their alarms a while, and then all of a sudden they get a bill for like $300 because they weren't registered. They were fined for not registering. There was an alarm call or something, and I don't know, but they've sent me where it shows they owe like $200 to $300, and that's a concern. I think the important thing to let them know that if that is something that occurs out of I don't want to say ignorance, but just not knowing what the process is, that there is a process for them to follow to try to appeal some of those. Maybe they won't all be wiped out, but they can appeal, and typically y'all have been, so far anyway, very responsive and very understanding when there was some of those unusual cases. Can we expect that to continue for a period of time, I guess?
Yeah, again, if anyone has any complaints, they definitely are welcome to submit to the appeal process, and they will be heard. And the appeals are reviewed by either the fire or the police, depending on what type of false alarm they're disputing or what type of fine they're disputing. But it goes to contact on the fire and the police department. It'd be Captain Turner for the police, and I think Ricky Shores for fire, Captain Shores, and they get to make that decision of whether or not to approve or deny an appeal, and we just abide by what their recommendation is on an appeal. So we don't make any decisions, without the blessing of the city or the police or fire department.
And I think it'd be helpful, maybe, Mr. City Manager, if we could confirm some of the things that they're talking about and give council a bullet point reference guide, because I know 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, when somebody calls, we're not going to remember a lot of the information, all the detailed information. If they had something that they could refer to, I think it may help clear up some of the misinformation.
Yeah, I agree, Mayor. We'll work with them on that.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
City Manager, can we also put something on the website or CCG where it explains it again and tells them what they need to do? In case they don't remember, if they have questions, they can reach hold of someone, they can go on the website, or they see a commercial of how it works. Just a reminder.
Yeah, I think, and I'll talk to the chief, but I think what we could do is work with this company to allow them, our CCGTV, to allow them to do a commercial that will explain things, and then we can post a commercial on our website so that they will hear the person actually explain it.
That's perfect. I don't care who does it. I'm just suggesting that. I think, just like the mayor says, we get so much information you don't remember with COVID and everything going on.
So
I think it'll be a great reminder to the citizens that we had a commercial, we had something on our website.
Yeah, we'll figure out how to get something on the website and run it on CCGTV so citizens can see that same commercial.
Thank you.
And we'll need to send out a reminder to council too, because I would imagine we'll see the same flurry of activity right after the October mailing when they go live again. So you'll just need to be forewarned. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, would you look into and bring back to us a recommendation? They said that one of the reasons that the alarm companies don't tell you need to register is because the ordinance doesn't say they have to, or something along that line. Would you look into that and see if we need to change our ordinance and make that happen?
Sure, and I'll work with the city attorney to see if that's something. I don't know that that's something we can require, but we'll work with them to determine if we can.
If you just get back with us and let us know what the status is, I think if we can do that.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, and just one other point to Councilor Thomas, our division chief, Ricky Shores of the fire department, he's the contact person for the fire alarms, and Captain Turner will be the contact person regarding the police burglar-related alarms.
Okay. And the only other, this may sound trivial, but the only other concern I heard, y'all may have touched on it, was the name on the contact information that goes out to the people. If y'all could use your Central Square name instead of the Cry Wolf, believe it or not, that I think that when that big ticket item was sent on a Cry Wolf, it somehow enhanced the angst that people felt when they were having to deal with that.
Yeah, that had been brought up already as a concern, and we are working to, the product is Cry Wolf. Unfortunately, we can't change the name of the product, but we can change the hyperlink, any references to Cry Wolf for the web browser, so that it removes that issue for the community. And we are working to establish a hyperlink with a different name. I think it's going to be Columbus, Georgia False Alarm Reduction Program. It'll say something more, specific to Columbus, and not use that terminology.
Well, we're
going
grateful.
forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, any more questions of council? Thank you all for being here. Thank you for making the trip over here to kind of walk us through this again. And we want to thank our police department, fire department, fire EMS for participating in this as well.
Thank you for having us.
All right. One last thing before we go to the city attorney. I just do want to make mention of the fact that this will be our last meeting in this venue. We are going home. we are moving back into the council chambers. And I just have to say that the hospitality and the extra effort and the attention to detail and trying to make sure that the citizens could keep up with what was going on with their government that was undertaken by Mike King's area, obviously being sort of the nomads and moving from place to place, but specifically Rob and his staff, Nixon at the Civic Center, and then Haley and all of her crew here at the Trade Center. They have done a fantastic job of minimizing distractions and really going the extra mile to try to help make sure that you, the citizens, have an opportunity to continue to observe your government at work. So we just want to thank them. If you see them, thank them for the extra effort that they put into this too. So. Mr. Fay.
All right, thank you, Mayor. On our agenda, it's fairly short today. We will start with the vote on the millage rates, the general service district, 3 urban.
Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem.
Districts.
Second from Councilor Tucker. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That passes.
All right. Second item is the levy assessment collection of taxes for the public school system of Columbus. I'm going to ask Mr. Chuck Staples to come up to the podium. We're going to get a vote on this item. The millage rate is staying the same at 23.321, and that is ready for adoption.
Okay. We've had a motion and a second, but we'll allow our welcome. Any questions of the school district? All right, there's a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Tucker. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That is approved.
All right, so hang on there, Mr. Staples. I'm going to call up number 7, really why I wanted him up here. Mayor, this is the East Bloss bond resolution to cover $57.3 million in principal amount school district sales tax bond, Series 2021, for improvements in new schools. And if there are any questions, Mr. Staples is here on that.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Staples on behalf of the school district? Doesn't appear to be any.
All right, this is in the electronic agenda. It's ready for a vote.
All right, motion to approve from Councilor Woodson. Is there a second? Second from Councilor House. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed? That passes. Thank you, Mr. Staples.
Thank you, Mr. Staples, for being here. Item 3, Mayor, on our agenda is the animal control amendment to require dry dog bedding outdoors. It's ready for a vote.
Please repeat the motion. I didn't hear it. Councilor Woodson made the motion, and Councilor Tucker made the second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Madam Clerk, did we take a vote on the item 2? Okay, I thought we did. Thank you.
All right. Ready for number 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, zoning applicants, for your tremendous patience this morning. We'll call up the zoning hearing at 8238 Cooper Creek Road. Mr. Boyce is here for the applicant. I think Councilor Allen wants to offer an amendment by condition.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I think there's a property owner next door to this that we discussed earlier this morning. They have some concerns about the buffer next door. What I'd like to do, Mr. Scott, is ask that we amend this rezoning request with number 2, the buffer outlined in the report, staff report, item 2, And then if we need to amend that next week, we can do that, next meeting. But I would like to go on and get that in there. Mr. Boyce, Scott Boyce. We talked earlier this morning.
We
He
did.
is in council. He is in full agreement with trying to address the concerns and needs of the property owner to make them feel comfortable with what's going in there. And I believe, if I'm incorrect, please help us. But Mr. Boyce, I think what you're looking for there is parking on this site.
Yes, we have Suresh Kumar is the owner. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Kumar, local developer here in Columbus, who has a proven track record of doing various retail and commercial developments. He owns this vacant lot. It is bounded to the north by Maple Mart, zone general commercial, and the south by Maple Village, zone general commercial. We're asking this to be rezoned NC neighborhood commercial. We have a critical need for parking, so our Nixon Maxey, our site engineer, drew in a plan where we can put in 21 lined surface parking places. We'll have room for a detention pond in the back, and we'll light the parking lot. On his initial plans, we had an 8-foot wooden fence, and I believe that the residents or the neighbors would like to see some type of evergreen or some type of landscaping structure, and we are in agreement to condition that with what the type buffer. I don't know if it's 15 feet or 12 feet.
There's a 20-foot buffer with the canopy trees and shrubs per 100 linear feet.
Yes.
And there's a 10-foot buffer with ornamental grasses per 100 linear feet.
If I may, Mr. City Attorney, I meant to say item 1, option 1.
The 20-foot?
The 20-foot
All
is
right.
the one I think would better fit in this situation. And then we can, it'll be maintained by the property owner going forward, and that way it'll give comfort to the owners next door where their home sits. So I would like to.
That's fine. I do have a question. On our plans, we had initially drawn in an 8-foot high wooden fence. Does that still need to be in place? Is that a requirement, or do we do away with the?
On the 10-foot buffer, it is a fence requirement. On the 20-foot, it's not.
Okay.
Is
So with this, we'll just do the.
You have to do trees, certain amount of canopy trees, understory trees, and shrubs, ornamental grasses per 100 linear feet.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
If I could ask the property owner to come up and, just so we can have their name and address for the record, and then ask them to I guess, think about which would you prefer? Would you prefer to have a fence?
Yes, actually, if they're willing to put an 8-foot fence there, yes, we would actually prefer a fence.
Okay, if you would, tell us your name and address.
I'm
before we-
Barbara Engel. My husband and I own the property next door at 8228 Cooper Creek Road. Our property line is maybe 3 or 4 feet away from our driveway, so we would like to have something that keeps us buffered from the parking lot a little bit. An
So-
8-foot fence would do it.
So you would prefer a fence?
Yeah, we would prefer a fence if we could have a fence.
Okay.
If they're willing to put one up.
Mr. Boyce, y'all are agreeable with that?
Yes. That
Okay.
would be an 8-foot high wood fence.
Well, let's get an amendment to add the category C 10-foot buffer with shrubs, ornamental grasses per 100 linear feet, and a wood fence or masonry wall. You can make that motion.
All right, I'm go back to my original motion. Option number 2, and regarding buffers for this rezoning.
Motion to go with option 2 on the rezoning from the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded from Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? To be clear, just so I understand, so that's both. You want the ornamental trees and you want the 8-foot buffer, 8-foot fence, right?
Right. Option
Okay.
That option does identify
Okay.
both in there.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that is amended. Second was Councilor Woodson.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. Mr. Boyce and everybody concerned, we'll vote on that as amended in July, the first business meeting. Okay, thank you. Mayor, next zoning hearing is 8300, 8350 Fortson Road. It's a Flat Rock property petition. They want to go from residential estate to light manufacturing, and I believe it's recommended for approval. Okay, we've got the representative for the property owner here, Mr. Gibson. Are there any questions around the table?
None from council.
Okay, anybody in the audience want to be heard? I don't see any hands, so Mr. Gibson will vote on that, the first July business meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next zoning hearing is 3290 Williams Road, going from light manufacturing to general commercial. It's a Kim and the Adams petition. And give me your name and address, please, ma'am, just for the record.
I'm Jeannie Hasty, and my address is 7233 Stillwater Drive.
All right. Let's see if the questions around the table.
There are not.
Okay, anybody in the audience want to be heard? Okay. Ms. Hasty will vote on that next meeting in July, first meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just a second, excuse me, Madam Clerk, do you have?
Mr. Mayor, I did just want to mention for the record, the next meeting will be July 13th, 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you. It'll actually be the third Tuesday, I believe.
All right.
Sir.
Is that
That's
July
right.
9th,
You're right.
July 13th at 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mayor, the next item, we've covered 7. Number 8 is a special exception for the church at 1372 Celia Drive. It was ready for action, advertised for today.
All right, is there, what's the pleasure of council? Motion from Councilor Thomas, second from Councilor House. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, it's approved.
All right, thank you, sir, for being here. That should be the last vote needed on that property. Okay, Mayor, we've got an add-on resolution for attorney services for fiscal year 22. There's 17 firms listed as needed for services during the year. That is ready for adoption.
Motion approved from the Councilor Thomas, second from Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
All right, and then Mayor, we would ask for an executive session on litigation, if possible, around 11:30. We do have some people coming to be with council for that particular session. But that's all we have listed.
All right, thank you. And the clerk has informed me that Ms. Adams has canceled her appearance today. Councilor Tucker?
I just wanted to add my approval for item, the one on Cooper Creek, the amendment that Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That'll be reflected in the record. All right, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor and Council, I've got just a few items today. First is a memorandum of agreement with the Housing Authority, the State Historic Preservation Office, and River Valley Regional Commission to conduct a historic.
Motion approved from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Davis. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, we've got a motion approved from Councilor Davis and a second from Councilor Woodson on item number 2. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. We will read them to the record. Yes, ma'am. All those opposed? All right, that passes. Mr. City Manager, if you would.
Yes, sir. This is an approval authorizing the abandonment of 5 radios that are no longer serviceable and declaring them surplus and donating those radios to the Muskogee County School District for use as communication with field personnel. And you may know that we replaced for public safety 800 spare radios, and the ones that they were using are obsolete, but they are better than what the school district has, and so we're donating them to the school district.
Thank you.
Item number 2. And item number 3 is a Veterans Treatment Court grant.
Motion from Councilor Woodson, second from Councilor Tucker to approve item 3. Any discussion? Well, that would be adding on to this motion, so let's go ahead and finish this one. All those in favor of item 3? Any opposed? All right, that's approved. All right, 4 and 5 have been motioned by Councilor Woodson, second by Councilor Davis. Any discussion on either of those items? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, they are approved. Mr. City Manager, would you read through those, please?
And that's a mental health court grant. Number 4, it's $170,832. And number 5 is just revising the schedule for holidays based on the approval of the holiday last week by the Senate, the House, and then signed by the President, Mayor, and Council. And then I've got purchases. First, I've got executive recruitment services.
Motion to approve the purchases, items A through E, by Councilor Woodson, seconded by Councilor Tucker. Any discussion? Anybody want one pulled? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, they're approved. Please walk through those, Mr. City Manager.
A is just executive recruitment services on an as-needed basis, not that we are about to use them, but similar to what we do with architects and engineering firms and all, we have them already approved in the event there's a recruitment effort and we need one. We don't have to slow the effort down and go through that entire process. B was flatbed truck for public works. You know that during the budget process we said that we were going to be bringing back some things for public works and parks and rec. C is a GPS rover for landfill monitoring for public works. D, fuel pumps and controls for public works. And then E, marquee and LED indoor message boards for the Civic Center. Their system is out and it's so old and can't find repairs, so they're moving forward with taking care of that marquee message board. I've got a few updates.
Excuse me just a moment, Mr. City Manager. Councilor Davis?
Yes, Mayor, if acceptable, could the Director of the Civic Center come up and just share briefly or a little bit about this new signage? And I think it's going to really light things up a little bit.
Is
Okay.
Mr. Landers here?
Sure, we will have Director Rob Landers, who's
Here comes.
making his way to the mic, to talk to you about the marquee and the message board at the Columbus Civic Center. So we have Director Rob Landers of the Civic Center.
Hit your button there, please, Mr. Landers. There you go. Come on, there we go.
Got it.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Ooh, that's loud. So yes, with the marquee and the LED replacement, I think it's going to be a part of the overall plan for us to kind of upgrade the facilities, and I think this is one of the first opportunities we need to address. What we have on the screen right now, these are the LED boards that will go in place inside the actual arena. Currently, we have the static clings, so to speak, that have been in place since the building opened in '96, but having the LED boards will allow us to, it'll be a benefit for our tenants, because it gives them more, as we call, retail space for them to be able to activate potential sponsors. The cool thing about it is, for example, just on that proof that came up, it was like the words defense. So now with us being able to get these LED boards in the building, there's 12 of them. Let's say the Lions are asking for the crowd to clap defense. It'll all resonate around the LED boards in the entire building. So this is the 21st century that we talked about. This is at most arenas, and it's a standard operating procedure, but it's going to definitely allow us to bring in potentially more sponsorship dollars and advertising. In the main marquee, this is going to be a custom design from Nevco. So we've been working with Nevco probably about almost 8 months in the development of what this would look like. And currently it's going to replace the standard Columbus Civic Center sign that's right at the entrance of Veterans. And what it's going to do is it's going to be four-sided. So what's on the screen is it'll be a front sign, a back side, and two sides on each end. And it's going to be about 8 feet tall from the base to the top. And then it's going to be about 12 to 14 feet wide. But the current projections cost includes installation, and it's going to be as simple as us having an app, and we can change any of the variable messaging at any point. It'll allow us to now have sponsorship signage on the outside, and it's going to allow us to, if there's an event that's taking place, run that event. It'll give guests directions on where to come in, arrow signage, so we can manipulate it any way we need to, and it's user friendly. So it's a definite added upgrade, because currently, again, the marquee that we have in place right now is inoperable, and just from there's not even parts that we can order in to replace it.
Mayor, if I could just add to that, I was in the back, had to take a little break for a minute, and had a chance to talk with the director. I was taking my mother-in-law home the other night, and I went by there and noticed that the lights were out on one of the signs. It was just dark out there, you know. I'm like, is there really a civic center behind all those trees? And, you know, and yeah, it's there, but it's just dark out there. But we've had these, Council Woodson, you know this, we've had these talks for a long time about whether it's licensing rights, or we've talked about digital pylon signs that we need to upgrade. You know, you go by there and you can't even tell what's going on, because people like myself, you know, I'm over 50, so I can't see, hear, or remember. And, you know, I just can't read the message board. And, you know, you go all over this country, including the state of Georgia, and it just seems like everybody has these grand, like the director said, LED boards, but, you know, we don't have that out there. And what a difference, I think. That it really makes a difference. I'm hoping, well, I was sitting there talking about this stuff, and he just said, well, guess what? You got a chance to approve this sign today. I'm like, what? So, you know, problem solved, and music to my ears, but it was a great chance to have that conversation. I really hope that we can stay focused on that and maybe have an opportunity to recircle at some of those opportunities that are out there. I know Councilor Allen was working hard on it, right? You still got that door open, right? So anyway, but you know, if we can, you know, look at some of those options would be great, because I think that's going to be big. Like I said, it's going to light things up out there a little bit.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Woodson.
Mr. Ladner, I just have a quick question. Just need the knowledge. At the board where you have at the center of the floor, like at the football games, hockey games, and things like that, can that board display like replays of things that happen? Because I remember when I was at the game Friday, we needed to see some other ones, and they just waited a few minutes before somebody figured out what we're doing. Do we have that capability, or can we look at that for the future?
It would definitely be something we'd have to look at for the future, because that requires a software upgrade. And
Okay.
currently, just based upon the digital format that we have for that actual Jumbotron, the software upgrade would require us to almost replace close to the entire Jumbotron. The LED screen that you actually see, that can be replaced so that it matches with the software that makes it applicable for you to be able to do instant replay.
Okay.
So it's a part of one of the items that we are looking at for SPLOST, but that SPLOST, if approved, would go towards the upgrades that we need. We wouldn't have to replace the entire Jumbotron, because, you know, we're talking about close to 1.5 million to replace the Jumbotron. But if we replace the LEDs and the digital, we're a lot less than that, and it'll give us the software upgrades to be able to utilize that programming.
Well, I would ask you to put it on your list to do for the future, because as we're getting into all these sports in our community, and we're going to be attracting lots of people into our town, just like Councilor Davis said, we want to be with the state of the art. We don't want to be behind. We don't want them to come to a game and say, oh, you don't want to go to Columbus, man, they're so behind. And I know our city manager has a lot of pride for his city, so I'm pretty sure he'll put that on his to-do list so his nagging councilwoman won't be after him to make sure it gets done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, sir. So, Mayor, on the updates, I've got 5 updates. The first one is yard waste collection plan update. I know that Councilor Thomas and you all had asked that I bring back a plan, and you're going to hear from Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin today, and she's going to be followed by our Finance Director Angelica Alexander, and so it will provide for you at least the direction we think we should be going, and hopefully it'll be a plan that's acceptable. But I don't know that I'm answering all of your questions, but we're going to try. Councilor Thomas, Deputy City Manager Goodwin.
Okay. Good morning. If you can place that. Okay. I'd like to present the City Manager's yard waste plan that Council requested a couple of weeks ago. Let me just first start by saying Waste of Georgia is here. They started on yesterday. And this is the vehicle that you will see throughout the community, assisting the city with clearing up all of this brown and green waste that you see out there. And we'll talk a little bit more about where they will be. This is, again, the contract details of Waste. Cost $148,000, almost $150,000 a month, or $1.7 million annually. They come with 5 trucks. It's a 3-man crew per truck. They will operate 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 10 hours per day. They are right now agreeing to work even on Wednesdays to assist and try to really make a dent in things. They are, again, on boots on ground as of yesterday. It's a 1-year contract with an option to renew for 4 additional years. Again, this is just a temporary solution. They are going to assist us with, again, the 5 routes. They will handle 5 routes. Public Works will handle 9 routes. We have a total of 14 routes. All of the yard waste will be collected for the exception of the tree for fee. We will not, that is not a part of this. Contaminated waste. We do encourage our citizens to ensure that you do not commingle trash with your inert materials, any of your yard waste. It will not be picked up if trash is commingled with it. Again, bulky waste that is out there, that's the refrigerators, the couches, the mattresses that you see throughout there. Public Works will pick that up. They're responsible for that. Waste will not pick that up. And again, at this point, we are not recommending an increase in the garbage fee as a result of this service. They're ready to go. They have come, they have trained with our Public Works crews over the last couple of days, and so again, they started on yesterday. They've contracted with the local maintenance shop to perform any kind of maintenance that is needed on their vehicles. Repairs are going to be done swiftly, very timely, to keep those vehicles up and running. They have spare trucks on standby if ever needed. And of course, they have a supervisor that is here in the community each and every day to ensure compliance with routes and making sure that things are going just as they anticipate and as we anticipate. Now, this is the schedule, if you will, for the 5 vehicles. You'll see I have 2 slides, trucks 1 through 5, Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. Now, when they started on yesterday, they did not start on Monday routes. They started on Friday routes. And they started on Friday routes because that was the route that had been missed for at least behind a couple of weeks, and so that we had not been able to get to them. And so they want to go ahead and start on the Friday routes. On Monday, they completed about 55% of that particular area. They went back today to complete the Friday routes. And so tomorrow they should start on the Monday routes. And of course, as you can see, the Monday routes for each of the vehicles, it's going to include Oakland Park, Rigdon Road area, Everett Woods subdivision, Winton, and the Lawyers Lane area. The Tuesday routes for each of the areas, of course, and I won't go through all of these, but Hilton, Cherokee, 14th to Veterans, River Road area, Warm Springs Road area, and that's trucks 1 through 3. On Thursday, we'll be hitting the Alta Vista subdivision, Shirley, Winston Park, St. Mary's Road, Buena Vista Road, Floyd Road, East Columbus neighborhoods. And then on Fridays, the Warm Springs to Manchester, Miller, Bull Creek area, Stone Mill Road, Weems Road, Williamsburg, Flat Rock Road area, and then again, south of Cooper Creek, J.R. Allen. So that's kind of the area that each of the trucks will be hitting. And that could change once they kind of complete those areas, and then they'll continue on getting the most highly needed areas. But that's just kind of what it's going to look like for each of those 5 routes. Yes, ma'am.
Deputy City Manager, Councilor Woodson has a question.
I just want to get clarification. I saw in Oakland Park, it's usually on Tuesday pickups. Now it's going to be on Monday?
No. This is, again,
This is the route.
this is all of they're getting all the backup stuff, all the stuff that's just been
the
out there.
backup stuff.
Yes,
Oh,
this is
okay.
the cleanup and the backlog stuff. Nothing changes in terms of your current pickup schedule.
Okay.
Again, they're just picking up all of the waste that's been out there.
Okay. All
Uh-huh.
right. Thank you for the clarification.
Councilor Thomas?
I'm not sure I understood that, but will the Wednesday pickup still be the makeup day, if you will?
Yes, that continues to be there, but again, they're working 6 days a week anyway. Our crews are out there 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. So your current pickup schedule that you have right now does not change. Nothing changes regarding the current pickup. Again, this is just the backlog.
The only thing that Waste picks up is the
Yard waste.
yard waste.
Yard waste.
Not household garbage or recycling.
That's correct.
Okay.
Only yard waste.
Thank you.
And
I
only-
I would say eventually they are going to get caught up, and then it will be kind of just, everybody don't put stuff out. And once they get caught up, they'll eventually, I can imagine they'll go through a neighborhood and they'll be done early that day because there's not much out. And so, but it's going to take them some time to get caught up, and that's why they were doing Friday route on Monday or something. But once they do the sweep and all of this old stuff has been picked up, then it'll just be routine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's correct. And so the bottom line is, based on the new service that we have, we should start seeing a remarkable difference in the debris that you see out there. You will see it taking shape very soon. We also issued a landfill residential waiver, and that is for all of our residential residents. They can take their yard waste in their bulk waste to Pine Grove, and that is located at 7900 Pine Grove Way. Now again, the tree for fee is not included in this waiver. The landfill is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The second and fourth Saturdays, again from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And this is going to take place through September the 11th. If we see that we need to extend it, then we will certainly do that. The tipping fee waiver is in effect through August the 31st. And you just need to show a picture ID verifying a Columbus address. Just as a reminder in terms of what citizens receive in terms of their $18 per month. The city provides pickup service 4 times a week. Trucks come by your home 4 days a week, 16 times a month at a cost of $18 a month, or $1.13 per service day, or about $4.50 a week. That's what you get for your $18. Now, we also were asked to research the possibility of refunding or providing a refund to our residents. And so we have researched this through Columbus Waterworks, and they have indicated that all they need is a 2-week notice in order to make the change to provide that, that refund or that waiver for our citizens, but they also need an ordinance. And so, of course, our city attorney is prepared to bring that ordinance forward in order to create this and to make this happen. The rate change would be for those customers that are on record in the billing system and have applicable garbage fees the month that we decide to make this happen. It could be in August, could be in September. And then after that, the rate would automatically change back to the normal fee. And the normal fee, of course, is $18 per month. So that's kind of how it would work. And just to note that as a result of this 1-month waiver, that is a loss of revenue for the city of $1 million. And based on that, we are not recommending this 1-month fee waiver. We are not recommending that, but this is the information that should this happen, Waterworks is prepared to work this for us, make it happen with the ordinance that is required and just a 2-week notice.
And
Any
Mr. Mayor,
questions?
with that, I'm going to bring our
Councilor
finance.
Tucker, I'm sorry, excuse me. Councilor Tucker has a question.
With the loss of revenue, and I wanted to ask, is this possible ARP deduction come out the ARP?
We'll let the finance director respond to that. She's coming up now. Okay.
Good morning. So to answer your question, Councilor Tucker, ARP is likely not a viable source in this particular instance in terms of revenue loss. We do know that revenue recovery is a part of the ARP. But since the release of the interim final rules that was put out by the Department of Treasury, how we initially thought that we could recapture some of our losses in revenues, it actually pans out to be a very different story in terms of how we could utilize those ARP dollars for revenue recovery. So no, ARP money is not a likely source to recapture this $1 million. So just sort of to follow up with what Deputy City Manager Goodwin stated in the presentation, I'll just very quickly start out with the Integrated Waste Fund financial update. And so just with the start of the presentation, just talking about the Integrated Waste Fund in general, it is an enterprise fund. And so what is an enterprise fund? It's a fund that charges fees for services provided to outside customers, to include any other local governments, This is what an enterprise fund is. And so those activities are usually self-sustaining, and they are self-sustaining through us collecting user charges for the services that we provide for that within that enterprise fund. And they are operated as a separate enterprise, similar to those private commercial businesses, just because it's a user fee-based service. So it's reflected as a business type activity in the city's financials. And so for the Integrated Waste Fund, just sort of where the money comes from a revenue standpoint, 90% of the funding that we currently receive in the Integrated Waste Fund is from the residential solid waste fees. And as you can see in the chart here, the commercial solid waste fees represents about 1%, recycling fees 4%, the fees that we collect at the landfill is 4%. So anytime we waive fees for the landfill, obviously that taps into that number. Any other fee waivers would also impact these numbers that you see here. But investment income of 1%, and just other little miscellaneous revenue that doesn't pan out to percentage. The fees that we collect, particularly from the residential side, is based on about 55,000 to 56,000 residential customers on a monthly basis. So that's primarily where we get the funding for the integrated waste program. So as far as where the money goes, obviously personnel is a big expense. Personal services represents about 45% of the current expenditures for the Integrated Waste Fund. Then there's the operations, which represents about 53%. Included in that operations total are the leases that we have in place for some of the equipment, some of the big ticket items that we've had to purchase over the years. We did lease that out, and that is included in the operation total there. And then about 2% in FY21 for capital outlay. And so this is as of May 2021. This is what we currently have on hand, which is our investments and our cash, and we count that as reserves for the Integrated Waste Fund. And that represents $10.9 million. So sort of subtracting from that $10.9 million, there's $3.3 million of pending use of reserves, of integrated waste reserves, to purchase critical landfill equipment. That was equipment that was really sort of mentioned and brought up by Director Mike Criddle during his FY22 budget presentation. And then there's also the $1.2 million supplemental yard waste contract, which gets us down to about $7.6 million revised cash on hand and investments. Currently on the books, we have a $13.5 million liability for our landfill closure and post-closure. And so just with just that information, not include any other current operating costs such as, fuel, payroll, we're at a $5.9 million deficit in the Integrated Waste Fund with the liabilities that we have on hand and the reserves that we have on hand, and the use of some of those reserves to fund some of these critical equipment and service needs. So this is just a chronology of the Integrated Waste Fund discussions. I mean, obviously I won't go over every single date here, but the conversations based, per this presentation started back in February of 2008. With the strategic planning session for the Integrated Waste Fund. There was a rate study that was presented in January of 2009 with some subsequent discussion for that. There were public meetings in regards to that rate study that followed into 2010. And in May of 2014, there was a driver pool that was established for the Integrated Waste Fund. This was temporary labor temporary employees because they were having such a problem with maintaining full-time employees, and so they established a temporary driver pool. That pool still currently exists, but obviously they just have labor shortages in terms of the drivers, and that's just to reiterate what Director Criddle mentioned in his presentation a couple weeks ago. And so I know most of you may have, well, I don't say most of you, some of you were here when there was an internal audit that was presented by our internal auditor, John Redmond. This was in April of 2016. There was lots of pictures shown in regards to that internal audit. And one of the things that Mr. Redmond suggested was that we look into the possibility of, leasing equipment. And so as part of the FY17 budget, that was accomplished with the $2 rate increase. And then in FY19, there was a $1 increase where we were able to lease some additional critical equipment needed for the Integrated Waste Fund program. And so just sort of finishing out this chronology, there were some discussions that occurred in 2019. Really sort of the last thing, major point was the solid waste management plan and the Friday route collection change. And then, COVID happened in 2020. And so we've sort of kicked back up with our discussions in 2021. I'm starting with the budget review session and then subsequent meetings in May regarding yard waste. And then obviously the city manager's yard waste plan that was presented today, as well as Director Criddle's presentation from a couple of weeks ago. So just in conclusion, enterprise funds are usually self-sustaining. Again, this is through user charges for the services rendered. They are operated as separate enterprises. This is similarly to commercial enterprises that are found in the private sector just because of their business type activities. I will say that maintenance of existing services and equipment consumes virtually all of our budgeted resources. So what we budget is pretty much consumed based on just for the maintenance of our existing services and equipment. Our current reserves do not adequately cover our future obligations, such as closure, post-closure costs that was shown in a few slides back. And so, funding for those closure, post-closure costs, as well as funding for any additional capital equipment, will at some point require an adjustment in our current garbage collection rate.
So, Mayor and Council, I wanted you to have the full picture of the finances in the Integrated Waste Fund, but of course, as part of the plan, I wanted it to show you that there is a plan to get caught up, and just to remind you that we are faced with the same crisis situation that other governments and private sector employers are faced with across this country. And I keep watching the news, and I sent the mayor a text yesterday from American Airlines where they are canceling, if you watch Good Morning America, hundreds of flights are being canceled because they don't have pilots and because of maintenance. You gotta have mechanics. That's American Airlines, that's the private sector. I also was sharing with the mayor yesterday as we faced the situation, Metro was here recently and told you that we need to run Saturday schedule on weekdays because we don't have drivers. They need 47 drivers on weekdays, they have 26. And so to run a Saturday schedule on a weekday, which is what they're going to do, they need 37 drivers, they have 26. How do you run 47 routes or need 47 drivers, but you only have 26? So you go to a Saturday schedule as an option to try and keep the buses rolling. You need 37 drivers, but you have 26. That means every manager, every supervisor, everything that they've got is out there driving buses. You don't get to sit in the office or ride around and ride the line and be a supervisor. You got to drive the bus. Well, Public Works, they're having that same problem. The reason you see the tree limbs turn brown is because when Director Mike Criddle was here, he gave you the priority. In other words, household garbage comes first and foremost, and then all of this other stuff comes next. Well, we know if you leave household garbage on the street, it's going to stink. So that's why it's first priority. And so what do? They pull the drivers from the grab-all trucks that would be picking up your limbs and say, driver, I know you go out and pick up limbs every day, but guess what? You're going to drive garbage trucks because that's our highest priority. And so you didn't see them going around picking up limbs because they had to pull those drivers to put them on garbage trucks. And but yeah, I sent the mayor also some snapshots from Good Morning America where it says they need Uber drivers. They can't get drivers, people that do Uber. Every industry is suffering from a shortage of labor, from manufacturing to retail. I mean, down the line, I've got all the shots to show you that every industry is suffering. And so I share all of that to say that we are no different than others. Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin sent me a text from, I'll say it, McDonald's locally. And I could read you that text saying, please pardon us that we can't serve you as fast because of labor shortages. That's McDonald's. It's posted in McDonald's. In CPD, we're 125 short. In the sheriff's office, we're 33 short. At MCP, we're 34 short. At Metro, we're 30 plus short. In Public Works, we're short. And we typically rely on 360 inmates a day. We are short 150 inmates because we're not getting inmates. And so all of that is to say that our challenges, our struggle is no different than the rest of the United States at this point. But certainly we have those challenges. And so we have a plan to get caught up. We just presented it to you. We brought in a private company where we're going to pay them $148,000 a month, $1.7 million a year, and they're boots on the ground right now with a strategy to help us get caught up. And so with all of that said, I want you to know that we're struggling in the integrated waste fund. You know, I told our finance people what we're going to do for closure and post-closure, we're going to leave that expense to our children and grandchildren to pay. Because we are not setting aside the money to do it when that time comes. So my son and his children and my grandchildren are going to have to pay. And so we have a deficit situation when it comes to what we need in reserve to take care of those future expenses. And with all of that said, in good conscience, I just could not recommend that we waive fees and spend $1 million that we don't have in integrated waste. It is an enterprise fund. It should pay for itself. And you heard me correct myself regarding Bull Creek Golf Course earlier. It is an enterprise fund. And so the overperforming, that money will go into a reserve and be there for them to use. And so we need to have that situation in the enterprise fund, and we don't have it. And so we can't buy trucks. We can't do what we need to do. And that's why one of the recommendations that we bring forward will be to use ARP funds to purchase trucks and give us a good shot at becoming 21st century, not relying on inmates, and staying caught up with the automated trucks. And so I'll leave it there, and we'll answer any questions.
Councilor Davis.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions for the finance manager. The numbers that you showed us today are all current, right? Reflective of current, correct?
Yes, sir. As of May, if you're referring to the slide for the deficit, that's
Okay.
as of the end of May.
We are still in the process of collecting revenue as we go, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The numbers reflected today does not show that collection of revenue as we continue to go, right?
Nor does it show the expenditures that we have to encounter in the month of June. But, so to answer your question, that would be correct.
Well, and it doesn't reflect the expenditures that you wouldn't have to pay either because of the services not be provided. Am I correct on that?
I'm not understanding the question, I'm sorry.
It's the opposite of what you just said. The expenditures, if you're not providing the service and the service is not out there, you're not having to pay for those expenditures.
If we're not providing the service?
Well,
let me keep going. The next one, the equipment that we're talking about, are those to be purchased within the year?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to pay for them and they're available?
They'll be purchased within the year. We'll likely encumber those funds before the end of this fiscal year.
So the plan is to go ahead and pay for all that equipment before the end of this year?
Before the end of the fiscal year?
That's what you just told me.
Pay for it or encumber it, that's two different things.
They are two different things.
Right, but when do you project to pay for, order, pay, and pay out, so it reflects that it's been paid for?
Well, the cash will likely go out the door in FY22, if that's what you're asking.
Second thing, the landfill, it's it's being projected, but when do we plan on closing the landfill?
I don't have that information.
We don't have that date?
Well, that'll have to be a question from Director Mike Criddle. I don't know if he's here.
Is he here?
We can certainly get you that information. I think the point with closure and post-closure is that when it's time to close, you need to have the money available to do it, and either we're going to pay for it or our children and grandchildren are going to pay for it.
That's what I'm asking. When do we plan to do the landfill closure that we would have to have that money?
Well, as sales of field, as you complete a sale, then it would be time to start the closure process.
I know all that. I'm just asking, when do we anticipate closing the landfill?
We can certainly have the Public Works Director come and give you timelines and dates for that.
But meanwhile, we'll continue to collect revenue through it, right?
We'll continue to do what now?
Collect revenue that goes into the Integrated Waste Fund.
Based on where the money comes from that she showed you in that chart today, we'll continue to collect money in that way, yes.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, I really appreciate y'all listening to us through all this and the concerns. We're representing the concerns of our citizens, whether we agree or disagree. So I really do appreciate that. We talked about the Grove. Is there any reason why we couldn't open River Road? Is there River Road to allow citizens to have north-south, to have the logistics capability to, if they want to help out and take their trash to the landfills? Is there a reason there why that can't happen?
It's field.
I'll let the landfill people respond to that question.
So that River Road is an inert landfill, right?
It is an inert landfill.
I think that's clippings
you
only,
or
it's not
the landfill manager want to?
Yes, we can open the River Road, landfill for that as well.
Thank you, and I think what you've done here, Mr. City Manager, is very appropriate in a time frame.
Sure.
I think that's fair. The second thing I would ask, I did mention within an appropriate time frame along the services that's called that's caused some disruption to both sides of the service and the provision of the service. Is it possible to, if a citizen within a time frame, the last 2 months seems to be when things have really gotten kind of difficult for everybody, upon receipt, if they have a receipt that they did in fact go to the landfills to help the city out and to move stuff and to move stuff off their properties, could they, is it possible that they get reimbursed with appropriate receipt that they could verify and show?
Well, Councilor Davis, I will look at how we might be able to reimburse, but let me just say that, you know, I take things to the landfill myself, and I gave the mayor an example. I take and I know you've done it too, but I take some things to the landfill. They weigh me as I go in, and they weigh me when I come out, and my total cost is $1.23.
Right.
And I've gone back and they weigh me in and they weigh me out, and what I spend is 88 cents. And so I just don't know if and I don't want to assume what someone else have the ability to pay, but that $1.23 or 88 cents, I don't know that with the administrative effort that we've got to go through to reimburse someone $2 or $5, it'd be a challenge.
I hear you. It's, I mean, it's tough times out there for everybody, but I'm just, during the disruption, if citizens have helped to try to contribute to help the city, I'm just, you know, it weighs heavy on me as doing the right thing, but I'm going to let you kind of, you know, play with that a little bit if you would, and get back with me.
Sure.
But I appreciate you. Again, like I said, I appreciate the being willing to hear and have the conversation, Mayor. It's, I think citizens appreciate that too, whether we agree or disagree. It just, I think it's the right thing to talk about.
And hopefully there'll be a noticeable impact from the contractor getting out there and helping us get caught up. And you know, and I know the city manager said this, and we are extremely mindful and regret that we've all had to go through this this situation. You know, I was talking to one of the media folks just a minute earlier, and I said, yes, we've fallen behind because of the same circumstances that are impacting the nation. But one thing I promise you can't question is the dedication of our employees who have worked overtime, worked extra days, who have gone out, department heads out there physically picking this stuff up. And it's because we understand the hardship it presents on the citizens, and we want to do everything in our power to try to remedy it. And we're grateful for those that have been so patient, and we understand those that have gotten frustrated.
And so, Mr. Mayor, if there are no other questions, I'll just...
There is one more, Councilor Thomas. Well, let me get this. Yeah. Having a little problem. Sorry.
Mr. City Manager, I want to thank you for bringing this report. One of the reasons I asked for the report is that I had citizens say to me, the city doesn't care. You're not doing anything. You don't care that my garbage has been sitting out there for 3 weeks. Well, I think this report shows that we do care.
Right. And
we are trying to do what we need to do. And I think that one of the things that Councilor Davis and I were in agreement and talking about the last time, or when we requested this, was to look into some kind of forgiveness or whatever with the garbage fee. And you did that, and you came back to us and said, this is probably not feasible. And now I can say that. I can say we looked into it. Here's what it would take to do that. Sure. So I do appreciate what you've done and what you brought back to us. I think the quicker we can get those guys out on those trucks and get that those leaves and limbs and whatever out of the yards of our folks, the better off we're going to be. Yes. And you're moving us in that direction. And I appreciate it, and I appreciate the report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll tell you, I guess The mayor, I burn his ear up all the time, but I was telling the mayor yesterday, and the mayor pro tem, I said, I showed him I had to share my screen, but I showed him there's a company that was advertising on radio all weekend, and they are hiring CDL drivers on the spot, and they've got a job fair tomorrow between 10:30 and 2:30, but they're hiring on the spot, and their pay is considered, it's a full-time job with full benefits, it said. I showed it to them yesterday, and they pay considerably more than we do, and then there's $4,000 incentives. That job fair is tomorrow, and so I'm concerned that,
Mr. City Manager, I saw a sign in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant here in Columbus that said they would pay you $100 to come interview.
Yeah.
Not to be hired,
Right.
but to come interview. The other thing that I did want to say, though, on this, the garbage stuff, I'm going to be real reluctant to raise the garbage fee.
Oh, I agree.
So
Yeah.
keep that in mind as you
Yes.
as you make those kinds of plans.
Yeah, I think if we can use, I understand. I understand. And by the way, I share it with the mayor too. I've sent him text messages where some are paying $2,000 sign-on bonuses and 3 months of child care assistance to come to work. We just can't, I don't know how we compete with that. So we are challenged, but we're going to get it done. I can assure you of that. We're going to get caught up, and we are going to compete with those who are competing against us.
Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Manager, you bring up something that's that reminded me, and you've got my support. If we need to fill in the gap on the balance between private labor and our workforce, you got my support on that if you need to do that. I think it's probably not a bad thing for the period of time, but it's fair and it's probably the right thing to do. So that's on your side of the equation, but you got my support on that.
I appreciate that.
I think you're going to have to do something to balance it.
Understand. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
So with that, Mayor, we're going to move to, I wanted Parks and Rec to come and talk to us, the citizens, about summer program and facility use. Parks and Rec is critical, important, especially with our young people. We need to keep them busy, and I thought they need to come and kind of brief you on that.
I think they're here now. We'll probably have it in a minute or two.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager. If I can have my presentation loaded, please. Thank you. As the City Manager stated, of course, we are integral to the community and the quality of life here for the citizens. And as we move forward through the process to roll out and to return to more normal operations, I felt that I needed to come forward discussing with the City Manager, Deputy City Manager, on some changes that we would like to see take place in the next couple months. As you may recall, I came back in March and discussed with you what our plans were at that time as we reopened our facilities that had been closed for a number of months. And so at that point, we made our recommendations on what we would do, how we would operate efficiently and safely for the citizens as we return to operations at our facilities. So today is basically an update of our services and where our expectation is as we move forward. So first, recreation centers, as of July 1, we would no longer do temperature checks or require waivers for youth to come in and participate. The hours will remain the same because, as has been discussed, our department is one of those departments that is struggling with staffing shortages. We still need over 100 employees right now in our department due to the shortages that we have seen. We would continue to also have no facility rentals, so we can't rent out our community room or our buildings at this time. And of course, we would continue to require that citizens wear a mask if they're not participating in strenuous activities. So if they're not playing basketball or doing something in that way, we would ask that they wear their mask.
Holly, I apologize. Excuse me just a second. Councilor Thomas?
The hours are going to be the reduced hours, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The hours that you're going to operate are going to be the reduced
Yes,
hours.
ma'am. We are currently reduced. I think it works out to be an hour a day currently is what we're reduced. Our hours are currently. And that's simply because we use that hour at the end of every day to go in and clean the facilities in the recreation centers. And that's also because we are so short-staffed that we're trying to make sure that the staff we do have don't work over in their hours.
And we are moving as quickly as we can to open up.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why we're trying to move to the July 1. We're already open. We've been open since March, but in a reduced capacity. And I say that it's that how we operate has been reduced. We've required temperature checks. We've required waivers. We've required a limited number of people. And so we're really trying to take that next step to allow more people in our facilities and to regain a closer step to being more normal in how we operate. The only drawback for us is that we just don't have the staff right now to do a lot more than we're doing. We're just going to take out some of the restrictions. So yes, ma'am. But we would, of course, we would still require masks until a time in which that has removed, and also continue to ask our citizens to social distance. Moving forward to senior centers, and you're going to see most of this is very similar to each other. We would no longer do temperature checks or require waivers. The hours will go, well, it's not really go, but it's maintain, Councilor Thomas, as you would ask on the others. We'll maintain, our hours will be from 8 to 4 at Gallops in South Columbus, and Edgewood and Fox will go from 8 to 12 and 1 to 4. Those are currently the hours we're already operating. We're just going to stay the same at this point. And all of that, again, is due to the staffing shortages that we see, again, with masks and social distancing for our seniors. When we get to therapeutics, the way we're currently operating is that we do reservations for our participants. We have 10 participants daily. That allows us to see 40 participants a week, Monday through Thursday. That's how the program operates. And at this time, we're not expecting to make any changes because we have not been able to acquire any additional staff. So we would remain the same at that facility. When it comes to the Mulroney House, we've already returned to regular operating hours and operation, so nothing would change for us there because we have already returned to regular operating. Lake Oliver Marina, on July 1, we would reopen the interior of the building and to continue to have normal operations. Our hours have already been normal. It's just that we had not opened the inside of the building to the public. On July 1, our expectation is that the building will return to normal, complete normal, meaning that the facility will open, we'll continue to have our normal operations and normal hours, so that won't be affected. Britt David Pottery Studio. Britt David, we had been operating with reservations because we weren't sure of how many members we would see upon initially reopening. We feel that we can remove the restriction for having reservations. The hours will remain the same as they currently are, which they're reduced just like the rec centers and senior centers, and that's so that we can ensure that we clean each of the buildings each day before staff go home. Again, with mask and social distancing. Outdoor pools is another area that we anticipate we would like to make a change. On July 1, we will return to normal operating hours, so we'll no longer have time slots. Currently, I came to you a while back and mentioned that our new operation was going to be we would operate every hour and 45 minutes, then we would close the pool, we would clean the pool, and we would allow a new group of people in. We feel like at this point we can go away from those restrictions of having to limit the number of users, so we're going to open fully. Our operating hours will be from 12 to 6 and 11 to 7 Those are our every year normal operating hours. So that takes us back to complete normal operations of that facilities. The only time we're expecting that we might have to limit number of patrons is if we're due to shortage of staff. If we have staff call out or staff that are not there for any particular reason, we would feel that we would have to limit, and that'll just be on a case-by-case basis. But as much as possible, we expect to operate in a normal capacity. We will not do birthday parties or swim lessons this year, simply because we are short-staffed. And then other than that, we'll just ask citizens to social distance, because we do not require that they wear masks because they're outdoors and they're at the pool. We have not required masks in the outdoor pools. Moving to the Aquatic Center, on July 1, we would like to return to normal operations. This means there'll be no more reservation time. Spectators will now be allowed upstairs in the mezzanine. So when we have events or we have when we have our younger swimmers in the afternoons for swim practice, parents will all be able to come in. Currently, we had been restricting them to one parent per household, or one adult per household to come in to watch the swimmers. We'll be able to remove that and allow spectators upstairs. We'll still require that they wear a mask if they're not swimming, ask to social distance. We also will not do birthday parties or swim lessons again at this facility, simply because we are still somewhat short-staffed. But that will return us to complete normal operations at the Aquatic Center as far as hours go and people being allowed to participate. So that would take us completely back to normal on that location.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Browder? I think you can tell, Holly and I have spoken, and she, of course, has been in constant contact with Deputy City Manager Goodwin and City Manager. And we are beginning to move back towards a completely normal environment. I think after we get through the 4th of July weekend, we will reassess, and if there is little or no surge, it's likely we'll consider a more open environment in our government buildings as well. So it's been a trying time, particularly for Parks and Recreation, as they've tried to continue to provide opportunities to the young people, schools out. So appreciate the update.
Yes, sir, and that's certainly our reason for wanting to return to normal as soon as we can, because we do recognize there is out of school time, at least for the next 6 weeks or so, 7 weeks. And we want to make sure that, especially as it gets hotter during the summer, that we have a place for kids and for our citizens to go to cool off if they need to get out of the heat, and to come in and enjoy some activities and some fun that we haven't been able to have previously.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, did we want to take a brief break and then resume the agenda, or do you want to continue?
We can go ahead. I think we had a executive session we were trying to.
We do, Mayor. If we could do a short executive session, it shouldn't take that long, but if we have time to do that now, we've got people here that are ready.
All right. We need to, all right, there's a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem and a second from Councilor Woodson to go into executive session to discuss litigation. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, we will be in executive session. Thank you. All right, we are back in regular session. We met in executive session to discuss litigation. No votes were taken by the council. So we will continue with our updates. We've got Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge, who's going to talk about the ARP funds and give you as much of an update as we can at this particular point. Pam, would you push that light button there?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have 2 updates, and I'll request that they pull up the SPLOST update first. I'll go through that one. We have, as you know, been talking about a SPLOST for several years now, and Council had delayed the SPLOST from a November 2020 vote due to the pandemic to November of 2021. We have been holding public meetings. We've held 3 public meetings, broadcast them live on CCG TV. We also have the presentation available on our website, on our homepage. There is also a comment card that we encourage individuals to go on and complete online. And we'll provide that comment card available to citizens for comments through July 9th, so that when we come back to the first council meeting in July, on July 13th, we can provide council with all the comments that we've received from public meetings, as well as any responses that we've received online through those comment cards. So just walking through the timeline for the SPLOST for the November 2nd, 2021 ballot would require the call for elections in August of 2021, council resolution on July 27th. So we will be coming at the presentation on July 13th with all of the information that we've gathered from public meetings and those comment cards for council's consideration on the proposed list of projects. The proposal is approximately $400 million. The time period for collection is approximately 10 years. We are on track this fiscal year to have almost $41 million in collections from 1 cent of a sales tax. So 10 years might be a little long, but that's just our estimate at this point. In conjunction with the SPLOST as a consolidated government, there would be $200 million in general obligation bonds issued for the Judicial Center. All other projects would be pay-as-you-go. We brought on a team of consultants as this really started with an evaluation of the Government Center. We did bring on consultants to assist us with evaluating the options on how to replace, what to do with the Government Center as we move forward. Those 4 options included renovation of the tower with an addition on the existing site. Option 2 was a new complex on the existing site, both judicial and administrative. Option 3 was a new judicial center on the existing site and the administration on a new site. And then option 4 was new facilities, both for judicial and administration on a new site. So one of the things that our consultants looked at was the right sizing of the square footage required for government operations and for judicial. What they found was the administration square footage is approximately what it needs to be. There was some change from 102,000 square feet to 107,000 square feet, so a slight increase in best practices for administration. But what they found on the judicial side was there wasn't enough space allocated for best practices related to court and the court-related functions from 260,000 square feet to 359,000 square feet. This particular diagram really illustrates the difference in our current courtroom and how they're set up as opposed to best practices and how they would function in that type of a setting. You can see in the blue section, which is the actual courtroom itself, is approximately the right size as according to best practices. The differences that you see is in the public circulation and in the inmate space. Currently what we have in the Government Center is that inmates are housed in one particular area of the tower, and they're brought up through an inmate elevator, which is reflected in red on these diagrams. This is also the same elevator that the judges use, and so it's really not conducive to best practices. There should be space next to the courtroom to house those inmates, a separate inmate elevator, as well as room for attorneys to interact with their clients during court. What you also see in this diagram for best practices is the public space, which is represented in yellow. If you've ever been to one of the courtrooms in the Government Center currently, you'll notice you're standing in a hallway, and you could be standing next to the party that you're going to court against. And so this would allow for adequate space for public circulation as well. So the 4 options, our consultants looked at multitude of attributes in order to determine how to evaluate those options, anywhere from the site constraints to the overall cost to the functionality of the building to the disruption of the users. And they came back and looked at these attributes for these 4 options and really put them in the same, like as a street light, red, green, or yellow. And what they immediately found was elimination of option 1 and option 4 when looking at these attributes. They did further evaluation and eliminated option 2 and felt that their recommendation would be for option 3. So option 3 is a new judicial center on the existing site and the administration on a different site. And again, this particular diagram does not represent what the building would actually look like. This is only to represent the amount of square footage that would be needed and the stacking that could possibly occur based on those assessments. So one of the things that we looked at was trying to keep the cost of the judicial center under $200 million, and also looking at existing building models that was used for the health department, finding an existing building that could be retrofitted for government administration operations. And so they came back with what they've called option 3A, which would include a new courthouse judicial center on the existing site. Recorder's Court would remain adjacent to the jail. It's just more efficient to have that interaction just next to the jail for Recorder's Court for initial appearances. They also looked at the new administration for the sheriff with the consolidation of the marshal's office and the sheriff's office, and looking at placing that at the jail site. There are a lot of functions that the sheriff's office performs that is not specifically court-related. The court-related functions would remain in the judicial center, but it would move the rest of the sheriff's administration close to or on the jail site. And then it also looked at moving the city administration into an existing renovated building somewhere in the city. So the phasing and what this would look like, again, this is only to show the blocking and stacking for this facility on the existing site. We have the government center and the wings with the parking structure. The parking structure and the wings would be demolished in order to find space for the new judicial center. The government center would be demolished for the construction of the parking facility. So along with this particular project, I'll go through the recommended projects that's on the SPLOST list. This is what we've heard from our citizens and input from our department directors on needs in their department. This is just a summary of the projects that's on the list, and I'll go through those individually. The Judicial Center at $200 million would be approximately 310,000 square feet, 500 to 600 parking spaces and a parking structure. This would allow for space for all of the courts, Superior, State, Municipal and Magistrate, Probate, and Juvenile courts. Again, Recorder's Court would remain in its current location, also providing adequate space for the judges and the clerks of each court, the district attorney, the public defender, and the accountability courts, as well as other court-related functions. The next thing that we heard from the citizens and we hear frequently is the need for improvements in parks and recreation. The project would be $45 million to include park improvements at Flat Rock, Carver Park, Cooper Creek Park, Benning Park, Lake Bottom Park, Theo McGee Park, and Woodruff Farm Soccer Complex. Also included would be mini splash pads as we have on Bay Avenue at certain locations throughout the city at Cooper Creek, South Commons Civic Center, Carver Park, in the Liberty District, City Service Center, and Lake Bottom Park. And also the replacement of the pools that have not been operational at Shirley Winston, Salmon Road, and Rigdon Park. This could include a pool, a splash pad, or some combination thereof at these 3 locations. The next would be public safety facility renovations, $10 million. This would include the renovation and upgrade of 3 fire stations, 4, 6, and 8. 4 is just off of St. Mary's Road, 6 off the Brown Avenue, and 8 is off of Whitesville Road. And also the renovation of the public safety building that was built in the early 90s. Public safety vehicle and equipment, $24 million. This would include anything from the fire department's fire trucks and ambulance and administration vehicles to the sheriff's office, pursuit vehicles, replacement of their firearms and simulator and target system, inmate transport vans, bomb squad robots, police department, the River Road tower replacement, pursuit vehicles, SUVs, motorcycles, mobile command vehicle, and then other equipment for our public safety agencies. Transportation at $24 million, $20 million for resurfacing, and $4 million for trails and sidewalk throughout the community. Stormwater flood abatement, another area that we get a lot of requests from citizens, is to address some of the drainage concerns throughout the community. We came to council in May of 2020 with our consultants and really looked at the prioritization of a lot of the stormwater projects and that just needed funding. And so this addresses those critical needs for stormwater throughout our community. Bull Creek Clubhouse and Bridge, you heard the presentation today. This would include the replacement of the Bull Creek Golf Course Clubhouse as well as the bridge at Bull Creek. We've heard about a recent issue at Oxbow Creek, but this would be the renovation of Oxbow Creek Clubhouse, and we'll also consider the bridge as we come forward with the final list for council's consideration. Heavy equipment and vehicles at $14 million. Basically throughout the city, tractors, trailers, dump trucks, mowers, utility vehicles, and all those vehicles and equipment that's needed, mostly by Public Works, Parks and Rec, and our engineering departments. Information technology, $5 million. This is to replace computer equipment throughout the government. Economic development, $9 million. Additional infrastructure and site development at Muskogee Technology Park, targeting a South Columbus redevelopment, as well as other economic development initiatives. The Trade Center parking garage, they currently have about 397 spaces, needing approximately 500, so this would be the renovation or replacement of this facility. These funds would be coupled with funds issued in the 2003 bonds for the replacement of the parking structure at the Trade Center. The Civic Center, you heard about some of the improvements that they're needing to make just to bring that facility up to today's standard. This would be $5 million for the renovation of the Civic Center, roof replacement, sound system, the video and scoreboard that Director Landers talked about, the HVAC system replacement. This outlines the current sales tax is at 8%. The SPLOST ballot is approved on November the 2nd. It would not begin until April 1st of 22. At that time, the sales tax would go to 9%. The T-SPLOST expires at the end of December of 22. It would be on the ballot, and the voters would decide if it remains at 8% or it continues at 9%. This illustrates that it would be at 9% with the SPLOST passing from April of 22 through December of 22. And again, the voters would decide with the T-SPLOST vote what continues in January of 23. This provides a history of the sales tax. Of course, we have a lost and an O-loss for operations. The school district has had 5 education SPLOST since January of 98. The city has had 2 SPLOST in the past, one in 1993 and one that we talk about in 1999 that really began in early 2000, and then the existing T-SPLOST that will expire at the end of December of 22. We did hold 3 public meetings going through this exact presentation with the public at the City Services Center on June 14th, 17th, and 21st. And when we come back in July, we'll provide all of the comments and questions that we received in those public meetings, as well as any comments that we receive online through the comment card that's on our website. I do want to pause here just to see if there's any questions. I do have some information just to share with the public about previous SPLOS that we've had in our community, the reminder of those projects that were on those lists, and that what projects were completed and the dollar value of those.
No questions at this time.
Okay. You could pull the presentation back up. It's the same presentation that I had. Let me scroll through real quick. So we've had 2 SPLOS in the past, 1993 and the 1999 SPLOS. In 1999, the election was held in 99, and it was a SPLOS that ran from April 1 of 2000 to June 30 of 2008. And again, SPLOS are used for capital projects, not for salaries and operating. We get that question frequently. This is just the list of all the projects that were completed with the 1999 SPLOS, things that were promised to the citizens, and those things that were kept. There were fire stations, police vehicles, fire and EMS vehicles and equipment, the animal shelter, improvements to the trade center, the Olympic pools was in the 99 SPLOS, Lake Oliver, improvements at Bull Creek Golf Course, parks and green space, walking trails, the Citizen Service Center, stormwater improvements, the Macon Road Library, road improvements, enterprise zone acquisitions, Muskogee Technology Park, clean air buses, Oxbow Meadows Park. Just a few of those projects that were done with a SPLOS in the past and were completed. These are just photographs of the Bull Creek Golf Course, improvements that were made to the Trade Center at that time, the Broadway streetscapes, the Animal Control Center. And then we also have a few projects that are still remaining on the 1999 SPLOS. We have about 1.3 left in the Liberty District. There's been a lot of acquisition in the Liberty District, but we do still have a balance of that. A portion of that will be used for the trail that will be going through the Liberty District. Muskogee Technology Park has a balance of about $400,000. There's an MOA with the Development Authority for site development at Muskogee Technology Park. We also have about $370,000 left in the walking and biking trails, and then 2.7 in the stormwater drainage. That project is a project we're working with the Housing Authority on an easement, and that one will be moving forward. So just a few projects and a minimal balance that's left in the 99 SPLOS that those are finishing up. In the 1993 SPLOS, that was held in 93. Again, the collection was from July of 93 to March of 2000. These were the projects that were included in the 1993 SPLOS: the Civic Center, the Public Safety Admin Building, Parks and Recreation, the combined sewer overflow on the Riverwalk, as well as sidewalks. And just to show, those projects were completed with the 93 SPLOS. So the city has been able to use a SPLOS for capital improvements and have followed through on those commitments on the 2 previous SPLOS in 93 and 99. And then last, just to touch on the OLOST, this is a question that we receive frequently. This was done in 2008. That began in January 1 of 2009 with no expiration In this particular sales tax, it is used for operating. It can be used for personnel operating or capital, but it is dedicated 70% to public safety and 30% to infrastructure. Again, the public safety was the primary mission of the OLOST, and it was to improve response time, increase the public safety presence in our community, expand the crime prevention programs, improve the non-emergency public safety services, and this included all departments that would be considered public safety, from the police, fire, sheriff's office, MCP, correctional officers in our general government departments, the coroner's office, and all of those court-related offices as well. Public safety expenditures include personnel and salary and benefits, also those personal equipment that's required for personnel, clothing, weapons, vehicles. It includes operating expenses for public safety departments, as well as capital expenditures for public safety. And we also utilize funding for crime prevention grants that are given out each year. The current personnel, and I won't go through these individually, but this lists the personnel for public safety that is funded by the OLOST each year and is in the current fiscal year budget. There's also an annual supplement for all sworn public safety officers, excluding elected officials in those public safety departments. The OLOST infrastructure, which represents 30%, is dedicated to roads and bridges, stormwater and flood abatement, technology, and those are capital projects for construction and maintenance and renovation of buildings and facilities throughout the community. We utilize infrastructure in two ways. One is pay-as-you-go projects each year, as well as we've done some bond financing as part of the original lost vote that provided bonds for the City Service Center, the natatorium, and the ice rink. And at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions on this presentation, and I'll move into the ARP update.
No questions.
So we just wanted to come to you today and give you a quick update on ARP. A lot of discussion around the ARP, and just wanted to give you an update on the funding and the guidance that we've received to date on the ARP. So the ARP was passed by the House in February 27th of 2021, and the Senate on March 6th of 2021, and it was actually signed into law on March 11th. What included in that was $1.9 trillion for economic relief from the COVID pandemic. Part of that was also $362 billion in direct aid for state and local governments. And as he's working to pull that presentation up, I'm just going to keep walking you through this. The uses of funds for the ARP included responding to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, respond to workers performing those essential work, revenue replacement for the government, as well as investment in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. To date, the amount that has been allocated to the City of Columbus and Muskogee County, because we're a consolidated government, we qualify for both the county and the city allocation. The city allocation total is $40,456,205. The county allocation is $38,025,833, for a total of $78,482,038. This is the amount that's been allocated for the City of Columbus. We have received $20,228,102.50 on June 7th of the city allocation, and this is 50% of the city allocation. We've also received 50% of the county allocation, $19,012,916.50 on June 14th, for a total of $39,241,019. We anticipate, based on the legislation, that the balance will be distributed in 12 months. So just a few things to point out as part of the ARP is the interim final rule, which is a really interesting name for the preliminary rule that we received. Interim final rule was actually released by the Treasury on May 17th, and it's open for comment until July 16th. So they are receiving comments from the National Association of Counties, the National League of Cities. We are participating with our local and state government agencies, both ACCG and GMA, to provide comments back to the Treasury on the interim final rule. The interim final rule really outlines those eligible use categories and the restrictions on the use of funds under the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which is part of ARP. The eligible costs must be incurred between March 3rd of 21, December 31st of 2024, and any funds must be expended by December 31 of 2026. And there is financial reporting requirements. We will be required to submit a quarterly report. We also are required to maintain any records for at least 5 years after all the funds have been expended. So there is some reporting requirements required through the ARP. We have received 332 requests totaling $108 million from our departments. And I have provided that list to you. I did not include all 332 items on this presentation, but you do have the list. I have highlighted a partial summary of those items that have been submitted by departments for the committee to review and bring recommendations to City Council on how these funds will be utilized. Anywhere from software upgrades, computers, vehicles, improving broadband, facility upgrades in response to the pandemic, generators, automated garbage trucks, stormwater infrastructure, remote access to traffic signals, all of these things that departments saw when the pandemic struck that they needed in order to perform their job as a response to COVID. Virtual training, park restroom replacements, fire department life pack monitors and ambulances, air purification systems for our facilities, furniture and flooring replacement to make it easier to clean, revenue replacement, and as the finance director mentioned earlier, revenue replacement through ARP is not what we originally thought. It is based on the citywide revenue and changes to that revenue. There is a formula and a requirement on how revenue replacement will be calculated and utilized, and we're working through that now. And the last thing I put on the summary was an employee fitness center, just as a response to COVID and the health of our employees. So we will be coming back to council once we have reviewed all of the requests thoroughly. What I provided to you was the unedited list of what we received from our department. We want to make sure that any utilization of the ARP funds meets the guidance that the Treasury has issued. And so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilor House?
Thank you, Mayor. Just have one. Is the ARP money only for government needs or uses or expenditures? In other words, is it not for businesses and so forth? Is it just the city government?
No, it is, there is some, as part of the response to COVID, there is some guidance that allows for grants to businesses as part of a program that the city government could offer to our community.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Well, and Mr. Mayor, to that question, we will be coming back to City Council, and we've said before in earlier presentations, when we did the CARES Act funding, and we thought that we were going to get the second round of funding that did not come because of unemployment insurance, we had local businesses to submit or apply that we were not able to fund, and those are to the tune of $3 million.
3.4, I believe.
$3.4 million maybe. And so when we come back to council, that will be on the list too. But it has to be, we'll make sure that we have all of the rules, the guidelines, what's allowable, what's not allowable, and this 332 items from city departments, those that are not allowable will be taken off when we bring back the list of all of the allowable uses. And so council will decide if you want to fund those that, if we can make it work, did not get funded, because there may be some timelines that would not allow that. So we just don't know, and when we come back, we'll have all of the information.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilor. No, I'm just going to say, and I think the challenge for us, and that our experience with the CARES money was a great teacher, in that it taught us to be very mindful of what we communicate to the public, because they would come ask us about these, and we would tell them, oh yeah, we've got this all. Well, when it was pulled out from under us, we didn't have any control over that, and yet the pushback was at us, because they could reach council, they could reach our staff. And it's the same thing with the ARP money. We've got communities from around the state that are calling Angelica and calling Pam and trying to figure out what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, because they really haven't fully baked this thing yet. And when Senator Ossoff was here, at that particular point, he was telling us that it was going to be a very wide range of discretion being given to the local communities. And I'm sure it is, but it's just, it has not manifested itself quite the way we anticipated. So I just want to reiterate what Pam was saying and what the city manager said, and that is that the staff is going to do the vetting. They're going to make sure, because we can't afford to spend some of this money and obligate money and then find out we have to make up the shortfall. So we're going to make sure that everything that council wants to consider and everything that is being considered from the department heads is thoroughly vetted for compliance with the ARP guidelines. And it'll all come back to council for final approval, but it's just, it makes it tough, because everybody hears the ARP money out in the public and they ask us, hey, can this be used for, and it's hard to give them an answer, because the answer still right now is we just don't know until the final analysis. So, Councilor Tucker.
To piggyback on what Councilor House was mentioning about the community, and when you read Executive Order 13985, you know that it's about advancing racial equity and to support underserved communities, and that's why I'm always bringing it up. So how can, we're looking at it from a city's perspective, but is it possible for us to look at it from a community perspective as well? Can you bring some of the best practices, or some, I understand that I think the NLC and NACO and some of the other organizations have some examples of what other cities are doing in reference to the community. Can we bring that back to council in reference to what is acceptable usage of the ARP for the community, not just the city, but for the community?
Well, and Mayor, I will say, you know, I don't know that NLC has any more or any less information than what we have. And so I don't know how NLC or ACCG or GMA or anyone would be able to say that there are no final rules. If you don't, I don't know, I'd have to see what NLC is saying, but I can tell you that, you know, I think we're going to bring back to you what we believe is the greatest good we can get for this entire community, where everybody in the community gets the benefit from the use of the dollars. But we just don't know the rules yet, and that's why this list has 332 items on it that we haven't started to remove items from the list. And as soon as we get those final rules, we may go through this list, instead of 332, it may be 50. So we just don't know. But if, you know, we can make contact with NLC to see if they know something we don't know. Because as the mayor indicated, I know Angelica, the finance director, tells me other communities are contacting us because they think Columbus would know perhaps more than they know, and we don't know any more than they know. And we can't tell them because we're not certain ourselves. And so, as the mayor said, if you go and spend this money and then when you find out and it's not something that's allowable, you got to pay the money back. And that's what we don't want to do. And so we're operating from that standpoint.
And I'll tell you, Councilor Tucker, every time we have a discussion about the ARP funding, you can ask the city manager and the deputy city managers. I ask them to keep in mind that we want some of this money to be evaluated as to whether or not it can be utilized for community type impact. Something, whether it moves the needle on poverty or education or so they're reviewing that too to make sure that to determine if it can be, and then once we know what the rules to the game are, then it's easier for us to figure out where we're going to put everything.
And Mr. Mayor, let me just say, I'm afraid to ask staff how many webinars they participated on regarding ARP funding. You know,
A lot.
A lot. I mean, I get them and you get them, Mayor, and I send them all to staff, and I've got both deputy city managers on the webinar, the HR director, the IT director, just everybody.
And I sat in on one. The thing you quickly learn is that nobody really knows.
Nobody knows.
No, I mean, you've got these organizations, these affinity organizations that do a lot of good work for us, but they don't know any more than what we do because we've been getting information from the same place.
And since I've been sitting here this morning, I have sent them additional webinars. That's coming in the email because I don't want to miss one and then we miss something that has been updated that we don't know about. And so we just got to participate in all the webinars.
Yep.
I mean, I guarantee you there's been 100 or more that we just get every day, a different webinar from NLC and NACO, and you just name it, just webinars everywhere on ARP.
Councilor Tucker?
Yeah, in the White House, I've been on a lot of them too since probably March, and I appreciate the mayor's comment about including the community because honestly, that's the main reason why ARP was started, was because it was to help the community. And that's number one. And that's what it says in that executive order, to help the community and those underserved individuals. When it talks about prosperity and the American dream, it talks about all that. And it talks about the COVID and how it hurt our communities, to include small business owners, to include households, to include industries like tourism and, our civic center, our trade center, things like that. So that's the only reason why I keep bringing that up, because I just want us to not only focus on the city, but how can we bring the community aspect in it as well, because they too have been impacted in reference to COVID-19.
You know, but I just don't want to get anyone's hopes up that they're getting ready to get another stimulus.
Yeah, oh no, I don't agree with that either. However, we got $39 million, and I just want to ensure that the community is included in this initial allocation, and sometimes put the city in a sense on the back burner. Yes, ensure that we recoup some of our lost revenues, and ensure that our civic center, our trade center, and our industries and our tourism, Uptown Columbus, throw them in there, but ensure all these people are properly funded, and also ensure that the community, because these dollars really, I think that's the reason why it's so hard, because we're kind of in a box looking at it, and we just got to ask questions. I wrote down, you know, about the lost revenue. I did look it up. No, we can't do that. But then I asked, well, can we make a direct payment, you know, for the utilities? I think it's some things that we can do, but we just got to ask the right questions.
Well, and we will bring something back to you. I just don't want to get the hopes of businesses up to, I'm trying to hear what you're saying, and because we're going to try and figure it out. I just don't want anyone out there to think that, you know, the city got 39 million already, close to 40 million, and they're getting ready to write my business a check.
Yeah, and I don't want them to think that either.
Yeah.
However, I do want them to hear us today say that we're including them in the planning process. And, you know, it's just like how Gwinnett, and not only Gwinnett County, but also in Birmingham, they did a community needs assessment, you know, for the citizens to ask, like, what are some of the things that you need in reference to ARPA, whether it is utility assistance, or maybe it's some mental health care, as far as giving money for mental health care, but just some things that we can look at in reference to what other communities are doing in response to the community.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, Mr. Mayor, I've got one final update. That's the monthly finance update.
Hello again. As she is passing out the monthly financial snapshot, I will say that the snapshot and all of the monthly financial reports, to include a report on the OLOS for personnel and those expenditures related directly to the public safety departments, as well as those OLOS infrastructure projects and our T-SPLOS projects, are all posted monthly on the monthly finance website. I apologize, I have not actually posted these yet. I forgot to do that this morning, but I'll get these posted as soon as I sit back down to my computer. In looking at the snapshot, just starting to the right there, you can see that the general fund is up when we're comparing May of 2021 to May of 2020. It's up 3.41%. The other local option sales tax fund is up 20.67%. I will say, obviously, that Some of that increase includes the one-time audit funds that we received back in September. If we exclude those funds, the other local option sales tax fund would still be up about 11%. The stormwater sewer fund is up 2.77%. The paving fund is up 3.92%. Medical center fund is up 1.54%. The integrated waste fund is up. It's showing 27.94%, and that is largely due to the transfers in from the general fund for some of those critical equipment needs that we have provided to the integrated waste program, supporting that from the general fund. Excluding those general fund transfers, the fund would be up about 1.49%. The emergency telephone fund is down 4.73%. This is largely due to the cancellation of the Chattahoochee County answering point contract that was as of April 1st, 2020. So we anticipated that these revenues would be down this particular fiscal year, but still in line with our projections in terms of the budget and what we anticipate we'll receive for FY22. The Economic Development Authority Fund is up 1.54%. The Debt Service Fund is down 40.17%, and that is due to the Build America bond subsidy that went away this year. Excuse me. Due to the bond refinancing that took place back in 2019. The Transportation Fund is down 1.37%. Passenger revenue is down pretty significantly. You know, there's been obviously conversations about transportation within the last couple of weeks. Passenger revenue is down right now about 31%. The Trade Center Fund is down 21.68%. Obviously, COVID-19, there was some impact to this facility in generating some of that event-based revenue. But they are also supported by hotel motel taxes, which is down about 25% year to date. Bull Creek Golf Course is up 81.78%. Oxbow Creek Golf Course is up about 126%. And the Civic Center Fund is down 66.93%. And obviously another facility that has been impacted by COVID-19, and they also receive hotel motel tax revenues, which is down again about 25%. But all of the revenues are down, expenditures are down as well, just over 49%. Moving down the snapshot to the other local option sales tax public safety summary. Year to date, we've collected about 6.6 million in revenues for the OLOS public safety. Expenditures to include encumbrances is about 24.2 million. Other local option sales tax infrastructure revenues year to date about 11.3 million, with 9.3 million year to date in expenditures. So if you move over to the left side of the snapshot, you see the general fund expenditures there. The goal is to be either at or above 8.33%. So we only have 1 month left in this particular fiscal year. So you'll see highlighted there the city attorney's litigation. Obviously, we're still defending several million in claims. Hopefully next year, we've incorporated more monies into the FY22 budget. So hopefully that doesn't have that large of an impact for FY22. Real estate here is listed. It's barely on the threshold there. It's on the watch list, but this is offset by revenues that we receive from Legacy Terrace. Every month we have building maintenance fees and repairs that we pay to the Housing Authority, but again, that is offset by the revenues that we receive from rental income. And so the last one on the watch list here is the Public Defender's Office, and this is largely due to the contract that we pay to the state for the Public Defender Services. We pay that contract in advance, so we've actually already paid for the month of June. And that, in a nutshell, is the finance update, and I will take any questions if you have them.
No questions?
All right, thank you, sir.
Good job.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes my agenda.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the clerk's agenda, item number 1 is a resolution to cancel the July 6th and August 3rd proclamation sessions.
Motion approved from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Tucker. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. It's approved.
Item 2 is a resolution to excuse Councilor Barnes from the June 15th special call meeting.
Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Tucker. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? He's excused.
Item 3 is a travel authorization request for Councilor Tucker to attend the ACCG's Lifelong Learning Academy.
Motion approved from the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Second from Councilor House. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Next is a travel authorization request for Councilor Tucker to attend the GMA's annual convention.
Motion approved from Councilor Barnes, second from Councilor House. Any discussion? Well, there's the next one. They got transposed. There's one for Councilor Tucker and then another one for Councilor Woodson. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Next is a travel request authorization for Councilor Mimi Woodson to attend GMA's annual convention.
Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second to Councilor Tucker. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Next, we have an email correspondence from Reynolds Bickerstaff. He's the chairperson of the Board of Water Commissioners. He's advising of the pending resignation of Mr. Sanders Griffith that will become effective on December 31st, 2021. If the council could accept this pending resignation.
All right, motion to accept the letter from Mayor Pro Tem and seconded from Councilor Tucker. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion to minutes received from Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Second from Councilor House. Any discussion or any of the minutes that you'd like pulled? Hearing none, all in favor please say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to include 2 add-on resolutions, one to excuse Councilor Crabb and the other to excuse Councilor Huff from today's meeting.
Motion to approve those 2 add-ons from the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilor Tucker. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved.
Item 8 are board appointments. We have the mayor's appointments for the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board of Commissioners, and Mr. Mayor is working on that nominee. Next, we have council appointments that are ready for confirmation. The Region 6 Regional Advisory Council for Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Mayor Pro Tem had nominated Mr. Christopher Posey. He may be confirmed.
Motion to confirm from Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Tucker. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, Mr. Posey's confirmed.
Next, we have council district appointments. Any nominations may be confirmed for this meeting. For the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we have the following district representative seats open. District 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. For the Public Safety Advisory Commission, we have the District 3 seat. Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations will be listed for the next meeting. The Board of Family and Children's Services. And once again, I have outlined the 9 categories that the new appointee must fall within. For the Keep Columbus Beautiful, the at-large members, we have the seats of David Goldberg, Oz Roberts, Dr. William Kendall, Fran Fluker, Orlene Bachman, and Larry Derby that are open for nominations. For the tree board, we have 2 seats that are open for nomination, the seat of Frank Tommy and Troy Keller. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Anybody have anything else that needs to come before the council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may, and we were talking about the ARP and final rules, and I just received an email from ACCG at 2:06, and I just want to read it just to kind of show you where things are. It says, ACCG is interested in analyzing the use of American Rescue Plan state and local fiscal recovery funds in Georgia. If your county has developed a formal or tentative plan for the use of these funds, please forward a copy to me. We recognize that these plans may be updated or amended as the U.S. Treasury releases additional guidance and the final rule. They haven't released those final rules. And then it goes on, however, this information will allow us to assess the investments counties are making with these funds and provide insight to advise other counties as they develop their plans. ACCG will periodically share a summary of the information received without a direct attribution to specific counties. Please send your ARP plan to us. So you can see that they are soliciting, trying to figure out what other folk are doing. There are no final rules, and they acknowledge that it may be amended because there are no final rules. And I just kind of wanted to share that. That's why we are not moving on this stuff at this time, because we don't want to have to pay money back, spend money on something that's not allowable, and then you got to find another source to cover the costs. And we simply don't want to put ourselves in that position.
But we are doing due diligence, trying to make sure that we're updated on the guidelines until the final rule comes. And we are anxious to hear from other counties because that's how we've learned about some of the things we're currently working on. A reminder to everybody that the next meeting is July 13th. It will not be here. If you want to appear before council, you'll need to go back to the council chambers in the Red McDaniel Citizen Service Center. So until then, everybody have a safe, very safe, and very happy 4th of July celebration. Any motion to adjourn? Moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Tucker. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.